partija. Hello guys, fourth round of the European Individual Chess Championship. I'm gonna be today just like any other day and every other day for the next 7 days. International Master Miodrag Perunovic, aka The Butcher. Hope you're enjoying these commentaries and hopefully, or if you have any questions or requests, let me know here on the chat room. So let's get started. Yesterday, two Ukrainians made two important wins. Ponomariov won his game, Anton Korobov as well. Today he's playing on the first board and he's playing against Turkish player Sanal. So let's go with this game. Sanal playing white. He opened up the game with the e4. Korobov went for c5 and you immediately get his answer. I'm willing to play Sicilian, I want to fight hard. So, and he just wants to play for a win. Sanal played knight c3, close Sicilian, or actually it's an introduction into those more popular lines lately there, and e6. Now after e6, depends what is he gonna go and what is he gonna play. Will he play knight f3 going into the open Sicilians? Will he play knight e2, which is covered in famous Butcher the Sicilian thing? Or he might be going with some g3 things, going into some sort of close Sicilian type of games. So while we're waiting for that, yeah, he went for knight f3, knight c6, and still he's got two options playing the main line with d4, or he just wants to go with the bishop b5, which is going to kind of Russolimo defense. So let's just see what is he gonna opt for. I just want to tell you once again that the hero of yesterday's round was Denis Cadrich, who in a crushing positional game, playing the Grand Prix attack white pieces, absolutely crushed Moussard from France. So today we're just gonna check his game, and he's playing on the third board black pieces, but more about that game a little bit later. Sanal and Korobov, they're just playing the Taiman of defense of the Sicilian. After queen c7, we just have the main position here. There are so many options by white, so I don't want to bother you with all the possibilities that white can go for, but there are moves like bishop e3, bishop e2, knight b5, a3, literally f4, g3, literally anything you want to play there could be pretty okay and reasonable choice for white. So let's just see what is he gonna go for. Somehow I expect bishop e3. That's lately the most popular and most modern approach by white players. So today he opted for f4. f4 is also a very interesting line. From my own experience, f4 is pretty sharp. At some point, white wants to take on c6, then to go with bishop d3, afterwards play bishop d2, queen on e2, go for the queenside castle and do the pawn storm on the king side. That could be his plan in those positions. Most likely, he's gonna go with a6, and if he goes with a6, he does it for two reasons. He first of all wants to prevent any knight b5 in the future, and also wants to go b5 himself. So let's just see what is he going to play there. Somehow I'm pretty sure a6 will be the case. And if a6, one of the main moves by white is knight takes c6. Although, since there are so many transpositions and possibilities to go into different kinds of lines, we can expect some other moves as well, such as bishop e3 or bishop e2, but let's just sit and wait and be patient. Okay, so let me just tell you like pairings today. That's why I'm holding my phone here. We have Sanal against Korobov, Ponomariov Cadrich, Nuguan Nasuta, who also made a big win yesterday against Shevchenko. Kacharava, third from World Junior Championship, is playing against Safarli. Greek GM Kourkolos is playing another top Greek GM, Master Vasilis Dimitrios, so it's a Greek derby. Then we have Gabriel Sargissian playing against only IM in the top, Ido Gorstein, Israeli IM, who's doing great and who managed to beat Kozubov yesterday. So yes, I predicted A6 and I was right. I don't want to show off, but just as usual, I'm right. So that's the way it is. Black just went for A6. So let's just see what's gonna happen there. Okay, so A6, I predict once again, let me predict these moves. Knight takes C6. Why? Because simply knight takes C6 is one of the most reliable lines after F4 for white, and it's one of those sharp continuations by white. Okay, the thing is, yes, knight takes C6, he just captured there. And after like knight takes C6, we now can expect every single move, but I expect queen takes C6. Queen takes C6 is the best move because queen takes C6 and queen on C6 are going to increase pressure on the pawn on E4, go after that pawn. Also, they should have a possibility to break or just launch the queenside action by pushing the pawn from B7 to B5 and attempting to do some sort of like Queen's Indian attack with B4. Somebody asked me here, would you be able to join the tournament and to watch live if you come? No, that's not a case. You can't come and you can't get into the playing hall. That's the way it is. Yes? It is possible. Okay, it is possible. I got information, so it's possible. So it's good that they just gave me this information. So yes, you can come, welcome, and watch the round live. So queen takes C6, queen captured on C6, just like I told you, making pressure on the pawn on E4, and he just wants to go with B5 and B4. I expect bishop d3 by white because that's the theoretical part of this variation. And by the way, when they go with the bishop d3, b5, main line is queen e2, because in that case, b4 is not going to work because of knight d5. So I'm talking about this line, bishop d3, b5, queen e2, and now you can play b4 because simply you have knight d5 with white pieces. Okay, so that's how the variation goes, and that's what you can do here. So that's simply the variation we expect right now. Knight c6, queen takes c6 is the last position here. Queen takes c6 by black. We're just waiting for white to make his move. So let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, we don't want to wait for his move. Somehow we expect bishop to d3, but we'll get back to this game. Let's go to the second board. Just like I previously said, hero of the yesterday's round, Denis Cadrich, who made positional masterpiece in the Grand Prix attack against Jules Mussar. Today he's playing against ex-world champion Ruslan Ponomariov. Ukrainian went with e4, e5, knight f3, and Denis goes for a Petrov defense. Someone yesterday said that he plays sometimes d6 or g6 systems, but that he now included a Petrov defense into his opening repertoire and that he hasn't lost a single game there yet. Let's just hope and let's just see it's gonna stay that way. He just went for the Petrov, knight e5, d6, knight f3, knight takes e4, and Ponomariov opted for knight c3. One of the main moves in the past was knight takes c3. Cadrich opted for a little bit less common knight f6. And after d4, bishop e7, bishop d3, castles, h3, rook e8, castles, and knight bd7. All these moves are more or less well known, and that's the way it is. So the thing is, After you go with the knight bd7, there are like a couple of ideas and plans by black here. They can just go with bishop f8, g6, bishop g7. They can go with knight f8, knight g6, but they can also go with some d5 and c6 in some of these variations. Even, but let's just sit and wait here once again and see what is first of all Ponomariov gonna opt for. So typical Petrov defense position. We just have to move on. In the meantime, let's just see. No, nothing has changed still there on the first board. So let's go into the third board. Nuguan against Nasuta. Nasuta made a great win yesterday. That was a pretty big win against Donchenko, who just came from the challengers from Vykanza and who won that tournament. So Nasuta made a big win with the white pieces. Today he's black. He's playing against tough Nuguan, and this was one of the main variations of the Botvinnik after e5, bishop h4, g5 here. After g5, knight g5, h takes, bishop g5, knight bd7, g3. We already had this position in this tournament once. Somebody in the first round played bishop e2 here, e takes f6 and bishop e2. Although since he opted for g3, I absolutely have no doubts that he's gonna take on f6, play bishop g2 afterwards, followed by short castle. And I brought up the name of Velimirivic, who played in World Junior Championship against Norwegian IM and won in miniature. So he just came up with some great novelty, but more about that one we're going to be talking a little bit later if that kind of position happens. He just went for bishop g2. When black goes with queen b6, long castle or something like that, white is going to capture on f6. And nothing new, but whoever follows the theory, he should be familiar with this position because it's one of those long theoretical games with absolutely enormous amount of theory for both sides. So that's why we'll get back to this game, expecting a move as queen b6. Let's go on the next one. Kacharava, Safarli. Kacharava is another guy from World Junior Championship. He got a bronze medal there. He made yesterday a good comeback, a great against Rachmanov. Once again, he's white in his game. And once again, he went with e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, d4. So we all know the name of this opening. It's called Scotch defense. Used to be very popular when Garry Kasparov used to play with white pieces like 20-25 years ago. After that, when Magnus Carlsen was under his guidance, he was using Scotch defense for a while, but nowadays it's not one of the most topical variations anymore. So it's good always, and it's always kind of refreshing to see this opening on this level. After knight d4, there are two common reactions by black. Either knight jumps f6 or just bishop c5. Black opted for bishop c5, and after knight b3 here, for all these years, absolutely the main approach by white was bishop e3 to defend the knight on d4 and to play a game like this, but he just opted for knight goes back to b3. Lately, that variation became very popular, and the main idea of, for example, knight b3 is if you go with the bishop b6, for example, an idea could be knight c3, and whether they go knight e7 or knight f6, your plan might be queen e2 followed by bishop e3, exchanging like this, doing the long castle and doing the pawn storm with f3 and g4. Although Safarli, who's known as a guy who likes side variations of some lines, he went for bishop b4, and after c3 brought his bishop back all the way to bishop e7. If you're wondering why did he include this bishop b4 and play that, because he doesn't want to give this knight a possibility to jump on c3. An interesting here that after this, Kacharava went for f4, and now we're just waiting for black's move. He probably is going to go with d6, knight f6, short castle. So let's be patient and see what is black going to opt for. d6 is most likely one of the logical and expected reactions here by by black. And f4, I guess white could possibly go with some knight d2 and knight f3, maybe c4 or knight c3, but that also depends on black moves. If d6, I believe that he won't sit and wait, and he easily can get some space into the center by playing c4 followed by knight c3. Okay, you can see on the screen, you can see also the playing hole and the players there. So d6 was played. So now it's very interesting to see now white's reaction. So just look at the playing hole, big number of guys, like 500 players in the playing hole. Once again, I just have to mention this is a record in number of players and participants in European Championship so far. So congratulations to Serbian organizers. After d6, will white go with c4 followed by knight c3, or will he go with some knight 1 to d2 followed by knight f3? Those are two main possibilities for white. We today take a little bit more time on these games, because yesterday I was just jumping very fast from game to another game. Today we just pay a little bit more attention on every single game. And by the way, I just checked like the pairings on the first and top 31 boards. We're going to be having guys with 3 and 2.5 points. So it will be very important, especially to check those top 30 boards. Let's go on to the next one. We have Berlin defense in the Greek derby. So after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, Dima Mastrovasilis opted for Berlin defense. Many times so far I mentioned his bulletproof style. He just likes these tedious type of positions, and at the same time he's enjoying these long-lasting positions with lots of maneuvering, but more or less equalish type of games. He went for bishop c5, which is definitely the main option, and after bishop c6, d takes c6, knight bd2. This knight is heading to c4 to go after the e5 pawn, and bishop to g4. Bishop g4 was played in a game between Magnus Carlsen and I believe Wesley So once, and in that game Magnus went for some h3, which was case in this game, and then he played some a3 if I remember correctly that one. But let's see what is white gonna opt for in this game. I just remembered that when you play h3, you just want to see and want to check black's reaction. Most of these guys go with the bishop h5, and then you can fight on both king side and queen side by playing and pushing your pawn to g4, but at the same time going with a3 and b4 if he goes with, for example, queen e or queen d7 followed by long castle. That's what makes this position being a little bit more complicated and a little bit more difficult for both sides. Okay, we will be waiting for white's reaction. Let's just move on to the next game. Sargissian against Gorstein. Gorstein was another young Israeli player who was in top 10 in the World Junior Championship that took place in Italy 2022, like a few months ago. And he made a great win yesterday. So he beat Korobov. Today he's playing black against highest rated player in the whole competition. It's Gabriel Sargissian from Armenia. Sargissian playing white, his type of game with a little bit more space. White just looks tiny bit better, but looks like one of those positions with a safe advantage. I remember something similar happened in a game between Injic and Aronian. I'm just saying like a similar type of the game, because in that game Injic went for some c5 and Aronian went for the knight c6. That's the difference, but that's actually kind of a little bit big difference in comparison to that game. After knight h5, bishop d3, Gorstein opted to take on f4. Sargissian recaptured by pawn, which is pretty good pawn structure. I remember that Kramnik really enjoyed playing this type of pawn structures when he used to play with the white pieces, and he was performing really, really well there. So let's move on to the next game. So we're just checking this one between Morzin Volodar against Haik Maritrosian. Very nice game because both of these guys are very young. Of course, Morzin way younger, playing white pieces. So he went for e4, a5, knight f3, knight c6. Typical Ray Lopez for this tournament. Typical Berlin defense. Castles, knight e4, rook e1, knight e6, knight takes e5. For all of those who are just weaker guys, just don't even wonder why this knight cannot take on b5, just to solve your curiosity with the knight takes c6 with check by the rook and queen is threatened. That's why everyone just goes with the bishop e7, bishop f1, knight e5, castles, and d4. Yesterday we had one game in the same position with the knight c3 and knight d5. We had another game where someone went for d4, bishop f6, rook e1, and knight f5. I remember the names of the guys who played exactly the same position yesterday. Youngster from Turkey, Gurel, was white against Sanal, who won this game with the black pieces. And usually, a little bit experienced players use this type of an opening against youngsters. Absolutely the same commentary I made yesterday, and I'm gonna repeat it today as well. Maritrosian, he's older than Morzin, approximately like 10 years older than him, and he absolutely has the same type of approach like Sanal against Gurel. So he says, okay, I'm playing against young, talented player. He's got up his sleeve lots of top and fresh theoretical novelties. He's pretty good in doing tactics. I don't want to go into those type of positions. Let me just calm position down a little bit and let me just slow down my opponent by playing Berlin defense. Absolutely the same approach. So after the Morzin went with c3, d5, knight d2, he goes with the knight h4. We absolutely had the same position. Now knight goes back to g6, controlling e5. Morzin plays bishop g2 and goes with h4. Quite a typical thing. And h4 is just fighting against a knight on g6, which gives white option to go with h5 followed by h6. First of all, one of the typical strategic ideas by white when the knight stands on g6, go and chase that knight away with h4 and h5, but at the same time, you always have chance to break on the king's side by playing and pushing that pawn up to h6. Okay, somebody asked, who's the strongest player in the tournament? I already answered that in one of the previous comments. We can't say who's the strongest. Strongest one is going to be who wins the tournament. But highest rated player in the whole competition is Sargissian from Armenia. He's 26.99, so he's the highest rated opponent of 484 players that are competing in this competition. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Anton Giharo against Mircea Parlegras. Why do I see another Berlin defense here? So guys, that was a very deep breath for me this time because another boring Berlin defense. Sorry, but I'm more for like Sicilian type of games. All these guys just want to count their opponents down, and they just want to play like some sort of like equal type of middle game. Another Berlin defense, another Rai Lopez game. I already told you why most of these guys go with the Rai Lopez with the white pieces, because they just want to play more or less positional type of the game. Slightly better for white or just equal, where they could just show their good strategic and positional skills and outplay their opponents. From another point of view, you have dozens of guys in this tournament, especially on top 20 boards, who are always willing to go with the Berlin defense, trying to slow down like the theoretical intentions but their opponents and play this Berlin defense. What I need to say something about Berlin defense, it wasn't in the scope, and it wasn't that popular until the match between Garry Kasparov and Vlad Kramnik. And if you remember, thanks to the Berlin defense, Vlad Kramnik absolutely stopped Kasparov in that match for a world championship title. And thanks to the Berlin defense, he managed to win the match and became the world champion. That's exactly, so Kasparov couldn't take advantage of the white pieces and playing e4 with that. So after like knight f6, castles, knight e4, d4 main line, knight e6, bishop c6, d takes c5, knight f5, queens are off h3. I told you previously that he just wants to go with some g4, move the knight and connect these pawns with f4. Parlegras played h5, knight c3, king e8, bishop f4, bishop e7, and if you remember, we had one more game like this in this tournament. Knight h4, hoping to exchange as many pieces as possible, knight e2, a6. Probably he just wants to go with some, in case of knight e4, c5, in which case white is not going to have knight b5. So knight e4 is not going to be an option because of c5, and you no longer can jump on b5, so that's the point of a6. Okay, we'll have to get back to this game and to analysis of this game. Somebody asked me, will you have any guests today? Number of guests also depend on, it depends on, for example, how many good games are they going to do. For example, if I have all these draws, I'm definitely going to invite most of these top players, but you know what, it's still like so early for most of them, and the way they just win their games and make some crushing wins, I'm just gonna call them to be our guests here. So most likely yes, but I can't say like 100% who's that gonna be. Okay, so that's what we have here. Let's go on to the next one. And in next one, we have Adam Kozak against David Navara. And once again, I have to bring up the story for the World Junior Championship that took place in Sardinia a few months ago. Adam Kozak was leading most of the tournament. Actually, he was leading until the last round in that World Junior Championship, and he lost his game, even though he was absolutely fine with the draw to become a world champion. He lost to Gadim Bailey, and that's how Adam Kozak was second in the World Junior Championship, and Abdullah Gadim Bailey, that's how he became world champion, the kid or the guy from Azerbaijan. So after, in this game, Kozak playing white against Navara, d4, knight f6, c4, a6, knight c3, bishop b4. What do we see here? Nothing else but Nimzo-Indian. So after a3, castles, bishop d3, and d5. Once again, I gotta make a break here, but not a break in terms of I'm gonna go there to drink some coffee or juices, but no, I just wanna tell you something. Have you noticed how many games we have Nimzo-Indian, Queen's Gambit Orthodox, Ragozin opening, or Slav defense? Those are supposed to be absolutely the toughest openings to crack. And most of these guys playing black pieces are just trying to get a more or less equal type of the games by playing these openings. In the first round, when you had like a big rating difference and gap, you had like so many King's Indian games. The deeper we go into the rest of the tournament, we don't see anymore those exciting King's Indian stuff. I haven't seen probably a single game in a Grunfeld defense so far on these top boards. We see here and there some Sicilians, but most of these guys just go with the black pieces against e4 with e5, and they just opt for either what Cadrich is using today, Petrov defense, or you just see, I always calling kind of boring and tedious Berlin defense. Okay, and that's what why is like that? Because of an importance of the tournament. Many times so far I said, and I'll repeat it again, 23 guys will qualify for the World Cup this year, and the stakes are pretty high, and that's why with the high stakes on the table, they just don't want to take, or they just want to take calculated type of risks. And with a calculated type of risks, for sure they won't do it in the first round. So after like d5, a3, it's one of the popular lines there. Bishop c3, b takes, d takes c4. Practically it's the only move. Otherwise c takes d5, f3, knight e2, and that's what Kasparov used the whole his childhood and killed most of his opponents. So don't forget, if you ever play this position with the black pieces, don't forget not to let white go with c takes d5 by themselves, because that will lead to almost extremely dangerous type of the game for black. So that's why they took on c4, bishop takes c4, and they all go and break with c5. The real thing about this position is next move by white. Will white go with the knight on e2 or knight on f3? With knight on e2, they keep an option of playing f3 and going with more or less strong but also hanging center after f3 and d4. If they go with knight f3, that's a little bit different type of the game, and that's what Adam Kozak did in this game. After queen c7, we have for the first time tactical thing on the board. This is a very interesting moment of the game, because most of guys, once they see the queen on c7, they say, aha, my opponent threatens to take on d4 to win that bishop on c4, let me just go back to d3. So most of course, Kozak played bishop e2. But imagine your opponent just plays logical move bishop d3. Da-da-da-da, c takes d4, go home baby, learn your openings. So what's the point after this? After c takes d4, queen c3, he threatens the rook on a1, he threatens king on e1 and bishop. So if you play bishop d2, he takes this bishop. Otherwise, he's just losing the rook on a1. So enough for me, I just taught you one line. Thanks, Maya. You're welcome, guys. So bishop e2. After bishop e2, rook d8 and bishop e2. So Kozak played bishop e2, and after knight c6, queen c2, e5. That's one of the typical, and I'm willing to say only ways of active approach by black. Navara is just doing this e5. He's just breaking in the center. D takes, knight takes, c4 threatens this knight on e5. So after knight f3, plays bishop f3. More or less normal type of the game. Famous GM Ivan Sokolov used to play these type of games and positions with the white pieces. If you remember, there is some reminiscence of the famous game Sokolov against Kasparov, but in a different, okay, it was different line, but similar structures and some g takes f3, rook g1, long castle ideas. Okay, here that's not a case. Here after bishop f3, it's black to move, and we're just waiting for David Navara's move and idea after bishop f3. So what's the main idea behind White's position here? He's just relying on the bishop pair. What's the point about the black's game. He just wants to go with some sort of like cool position where he's just going to equalize the game. At the moment, bishop takes f6 is one of ideas, so Navara has to make sure to defend properly this knight on f6. Will he go queen e7 to defend this knight? Will he move that knight to d7 and maybe reroute it to e5 to the center and go after the bishop on f3? That's another thing. So let's just see what is he gonna opt for. So bishop f3 was the last move, and we're just waiting for David Navara's move. Let's move on to the next game, and we see Aydin Suleimanli against Alexander Pratke. Pratke playing black, highest rated Serbian player at the moment. So let's just see, and let's just take a look at this game. d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3. I once again have to repeat, just like previous days, and probably you're gonna hear it like a couple more times, that when they go with the knight f3, they don't want to go, especially in these modern approaches, chess and preps, they don't want to go with the knight c3, because according to modern chess theory, it's considered that the Nimzo-Indian itself should be enough for black to equalize, or they should have at least good chances to equalize the game after bishop b4. That's why most of the guys go first with the knight f3. And now you can't play any longer bishop b4. Actually, you can, but it's Bogo-Indian. Now I have bishop d2, knight c3, Nimzo, or I have knight b2. Then you have c5, that's Benoni. Then you have b6, but it's considered to be better for white. It's Queen's Indian. And that's why most of these top guys, when they see knight f3, they just go with nothing else but d5. In this game, that wasn't the case. Pratke opted for bishop b4. He says, I want to play Bogo-Indian. Let's see what you have up your sleeve, buddy. So Suleimanli, after bishop b4, goes with knight b2. I remember Avro in his analysis covered bishop d2 exclusively, and I'm also one of those guys when he teaches his students used to play and used to teach them to play bishop d2, because it's one of the most reliable ways of at least getting slightly better positions and tough games for black players. Knight b2 used to be played many decades ago by Kasparov. He made some very nice wins. Yusupo was the guy who liked that move as well. Nowadays it's not that anymore popular, but it announces a pretty good game. So after like castle a3, bishop e7, Pratke says, okay, now I spoiled the position of that knight that usually stands on c3, and let me just go back. But white says, okay, maybe you did it, but now I got a center. So he goes with e4, and the guy plays d6. Here you also have approach, whether he wants to go with d5 or d6, but the guy just went with d6. So after d6, bishop d3, e5. e5 is probably the best move, and after e5, white just opted for d5. So what do we have on the board? We have a similar position to the King's Indian, except few big facts. Bishop is not on g7, and it usually stands on g7, it's on e7, so it's a better thing for black. What is worse? Well, the fact that the knight is not on c3 probably could be even more beneficial for black still, but the fact that the knight is on d2 can be very helpful, because the pawn is on a3, so he can easily go with b4, knight b3, and c5 with a fast and very easy queenside break on the queen side. Let's see how will Pratke play against this one. He played a5, so that's what I told you. White was about to play b4 to get some space on the queen side, and the guy says, okay, you won't play like that, I'll play a5. He goes bishop c2 and says, okay, but you won't play a4, you don't want to fix my pawn. And the guy says, okay, but let me just go with the bishop d7, still threatening to go a4. And the guy says, no way, I'm gonna play b3, no a4 for today, you won't be able to fix my pawns, I'll be going with the rook b1, and then I'll eventually go on the queen side with b4. After knight a6, castles, b5. I like it. I like it because it announces a pretty exciting game with lots of unusual elements. Now it even looks like some Rai Lopez type of the game, looks like an improved version of the King's Indian, looks like a typical Bogo Indian type of the game, because black just broke in the center with b5, so it's a very, very interesting position. Suleimanli captured, bishop b5, played rook e1, and now we're just waiting and trying to see what is black gonna opt for. So after rook e1, relatively cool position for both sides. I believe that both players should be pretty happy and satisfied with the outcome right after the opening. So this is probably the most exciting part of the game, middle game right after the first opening moves. Let's go on to the next one. Gelfand Boris against Ori Kobo. This is Israeli derby. So we have ex-World Championship challenger Boris Gelfand, a guy whose chess we really not just like, but we admire to this guy and to his style. He's one of the toughest players in this tournament, absolutely one of the players with the most experience in the tournament, altogether with Vasily Vanchuk as well. And it's always very nice to take a look at his games. He opted for Catalan defense, and after bishop b4, bishop d2, his opponent went for a5. Nowadays, very interesting and absolutely topic variation is c5. Although after a5, queen a4 check, bishop d7, Gelfand went with queen c2. Don't be absolutely surprised. All these moves are more or less theoretical. What's the point behind this bishop c6? Black just wants to take on c4 and oppose the bishop on g2 by bishop on c6 that is usually suffering in these games. That's why he captures on c4, bishop b4, and queen takes c4. All these positions are around equal. Maybe they're just around being like drawish, although somehow with a structure like this, I always have to give a slight advantage to white players. Open c-file, possibility to fight over the e4 square, and a little bit better and healthier pawn structure that basically favors always a little bit more white. Okay, let's move on to the next game. So, Sichev against Ivan Saric. Ex-European champion, Croatian player. We always enjoy his games very much because he's very creative and always has very aggressive style with the white pieces. Here he's playing black against Clemente Sichev, who's playing a Russian guy who plays under the flag of FIDE Federation. So after knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, e6, bishop g5. We have, if d takes e4, we would have Botvinnik variation. When they go with h6, you have the Moscow variation after bishop f6, queen f6, and a3. It's one of those positions that was used by Vishy Anand at his prime. So here black just relies on the bishop pair and would like to break in the center somehow. You'll probably wonder how. So let's just see how did he play in this game. He played knight e7, e4. That's the point of a3. The point of a3 is if you ever take on e4, you won't have bishop b4 to force this knight to move back all the way to c3 or d2. And here, Saric just played the queen f4, bishop d3, bishop e7, castles, castles, and this is going to be the case. So what are the pros and cons of this position? Speaking from white's perspective, white enjoys a little bit more space. Speaking of cons, black is enjoying the bishop pair, but can we really talk about the bishop pair if they have such a bad light square bishop on c8? Well, that's the point. So black players just has to find a way to somehow reposition the light square bishop and to find it some space to breathe. And white players has to take advantage of the more space, open files and even better center, and to somehow go fast with the attack. Although it's not easy because they lack the dark square bishop. So this is the constant question and the constant fight between these guys in these openings. What could be the plan for black? Sometimes this queen goes back to c7, rook goes to d8, knight goes, for example, on f8 to defend h7, bishop goes d7 and e8, so it takes like fully defensive approach, or you might be going for something else. A logical b6, bishop b7 and c5, usually it's very debatable because of d5 by white at some point. Okay, I gave you like the basics of these positions, so we're just gonna see what's gonna happen in this game. Let's go on the next one. So next one is Alexei Sarana against Muradli Muhammad. So Sarana, who's very dangerous with the white pieces, so far in the tournament he's performing well, 2.5 out of 3. And in this game, Muradli is going to have very difficult task to hold the game with the black pieces against a perfectly well prepared guy with the white pieces. So Sarana opted for one of the main moves against Nimzo Indian. It's e3 and it's called Rubinstein variation. After, by the way, if we talk about Rubinstein variation, absolutely the main representative of this variation was no one else but Ivan Sokolov himself, whose name I mentioned previously. Also, there is a guy from Belarus, his name is Alexandrov, who used to play this variation with lots of great results as well. After a3, c5. c5 is lately a little bit more popular, and after bishop d3, knight c6, knight f3, bishop c3. This is not the only way. For example, you have so many guys who at this point, instead of playing like this, would take and play d5. Then you have other guys who would go for b6. But here, he just opted for knight c6 to take on c3 and play d6 and e5. This is a third approach, and this approach was used back to the historic, like 100 years ago. We just have to go back to Aaron Nimzovich, and he was the first one. He's a father of positional chess and of this type of system by black. He was the first one who took on c3, created these double pawns, and then went with e5 breaking in the center. So after like e4, black goes with e5, and after d5, just goes back to e7. That's exactly what black wants to do in these positions. He wants to close the center because he's enjoying the possession of the knight pair. Usually you're just hearing bishop pair, bishop pair, bishop pair, and you just get like 20 times all these commentators who keep on mentioning bishop pair, but nobody talks about the knight pair. What's the point here? Point is that where your knight goes on g6, you just block the center. Knights are enjoying the space on the king side, and they would just like to break with f5. White, on the contrary, should somehow restrict these knights, active possibilities and counter chances by black, and somehow fight against it. Okay, so after knight e7, h3, why h3? One of the main ideas behind h3 is at some point to go with g4, but you gotta be very patient and very careful with pushing your pawn to g4 because g4 can give an amazing outpost f4 to the knight. Knight goes g6 and f4. So in this game was h6. Sarana played bishop e3, b6, and played knight to h4. The point of this is to avoid knight g6, or at least to fight against it in two ways. In some lines, he might consider taking on g6, which I'm not a big fan of because of f takes g6, castle, rook f8, and g5 by black, or even knight going on f5 in some of these lines. It's still theoretical type of the game. I'd say it's an unclear game, but looks like both of these guys are happy with the opening outcome. So let's go and let's move on to the next one. Pultinevicius from Lithuania against Shevchenko, who's now a Romanian player. So in this game, we can just see an equal position where Pultinevicius is, if you see that the guy with the white pieces plays down a pawn but obstacle the bishops, then you immediately know what's happening on the board. So this was Grunfeld defense. Previously I said that we don't see many Grunfeld and King's Indian games unless black guys are just higher rated and they're just ready to push for a win. In this game was Grunfeld defense. So after like this one, okay, the thing is c takes d5, knight takes d5, e4, knight c3, b takes, bishop g7, and after knight f3 we have one of the main lines, but now he was the first one who deviated with bishop to b5. Okay, so what's the point of this one? Well, the thing is, when they go with the bishop b5, for example here, Kramnik liked to play bishop e3, castles, queen d2, queen a5, and rook c1. With this variation, he even had it prepared for his famous match against Kasparov. He spoke about that match with some, if you remember, h4, h5, h6 ideas. Then in the years after, he made so many wins against Svidler and against these top guys who used to play Grunfeld. Here, Pultinevicius didn't opt for that one. He just said, okay, I am for something else. I want to play bishop b5. Okay, not a big deal, buddy. Knight c6, castles, castles. And after bishop c6, this one, b takes c6, and queen c2. So what's the point here? Message is obvious. I'm sacking a pawn, or I'm ready to sack a pawn for what? For equal game. So he's not going to be able with this line to get anything more than this after queen d4, bishop b2, queen b6, rook b1, a bishop was hanging. They immediately opted for this seemingly boring position with obstacle bishops. But this is very interesting. I mean, white, okay. White is okay being down a pawn, but he just wants to play on the dark squares against the king on g8. And that's his main idea, and that's how he wants to go for win, somehow trying to take advantage of those dark squares. Black, on the contrary, should be very happy because he won a pawn and he's ready to take a certain amount of risk. I called it calculated risk because he's down, he's up a pawn, and that's the price he has to pay for being up a pawn with the black pieces after just 15 moves. Okay, let's move on to the next one. So next one is Nair against Boruchovsky. So position looks very familiar. It's famous Rai Lopez, bishop b5, knight f6, castles, bishop e7, d3. This is probably one of, I believe, 6th or 7th game that we're analyzing against Rai Lopez, and no one plays rook e1 that for all these years has been absolutely the main choice by white players, but everybody goes with d3, and everybody wants to play those positions. After d3, b5, d6, c3. In most of games, in the last 2 rounds especially, we've seen that most of these guys went for a3 followed by knight c3 ideas. Here Nair goes with c3, castles, h3, knight a5, bishop c2, c5, and he goes with straight d4. After c takes, knight c6, knight c3, d5, we have one of those theoretical positions in Rai Lopez, and there is still a long way to go. So here, black can go with knight b4, bishop b1, go, now white threatens a3 to win the knight, so a5, and bring the knight back to a6 and go back to c5, or black can go with knight to a5 and c4, depending on their plans in the game. I really like the plan with the knight b4, chasing the light square bishop away. So when you go like bishop b1, then you're just going with a5, creating a shelter for the knight to go back on a6 and reroute this knight on c5, pressuring the pawn on e4 and kicking that knight away on c3 by b4, which in a way weakens a little bit pawn on e4. Let's see what he's gonna opt for. That's gonna be very interesting. So after d5, it's still Borochovsky to make a move. Let's go on to the next one. Ivan Cheparinov against Jiri Stochek. Cheparinov, whose white pieces we gotta like a lot. He's always very sharp and his games are always full of attractiveness. So here he played e4, c5, knight f3, and his opponent says, okay man, I'm ready for rouser defense. Bishop g5, e6, and queen to d3. Nowadays, just like you see, nobody wants to get into some sort of preps when they go with queen to d2. Because when you play queen d2, they have line with h6, they have line with queen b6, they got a line with a6, line with a6, bishop d7, line with bishop e7, knight takes d4, whole bunch of variations. But when you play queen d3, your opponent is in your field. You're the one who spent hours of analyzing these positions and you know what you're looking for. That's a tendency in a modern chess, and that's how most of these guys nowadays prep themselves. Okay, so after like queen to d3, this queen is willing to go and to slide over the third rank onto g3 once white goes with a long castle. So after bishop d7, long castle, a6, and white goes with f4. An idea of f4 is absolutely compatible with the queen on d3 because at some point that queen wants to go on g3. With the pawn on f3, you wouldn't be able to slide the queen over onto the king's side. When you move the queen to g3, you're going to be able to break with e5. When you move the queen to d3, from d3 to g3, rook is going to keep an eye on the knight on c6, on d4. Sometimes you can take on c6, not take, but this is the way to go. There are also lots of lines, there are also lots of lines where they just go with the knight f3, and that's exactly what Cheparinov did here. So when he played in this game knight f3, he just brought a knight back, and he just wants to have an easier break with e5 in the center, pressure on the bishop on d7, and at the same time pressure and attack against the d6 pawn. After rook c8, king b1, queen c7, bishop e2. That's what we have on the board. Relatively cool position for both sides. Cheparinov, according to the clocks here on site, is way better in terms of time. I believe it could be pretty much right because Stochek is known to take his time a little bit longer than usual. So let's just see what's going to happen there. Cheparinov is absolutely okay in this type of the game, but I also see that black position is also looking compact. Kulauts against Bakrov. So Kulauts went for e5, e4, e6, d4, d5, and e5. So it's called advanced French. Etienne Bakrov played c5, knight c6, and opted for queen b6. It's one of the main approaches by black in the French defense against the advanced French. Advanced French is not anymore that popular by white. One of the main representatives with the white pieces is Grishchuk, although here Bakrov just went for queen b6 and his opponent opted for a3. That's probably only move for white if he wants to get something. Why a3? Because a3 gives white b4 to get a space on the queen side, and because a3 gives white bishop d3, in which case black is not going to have knight b4 or in some variations bishop d4, but mainly white goes a3 to play b4. One of the positional approaches in this line is c4. followed by a famous plan knight a5, bishop d7, knight e7, knight c8, knight b6, and bishop a4. But that's not what he did. He played the knight h6 in this game. He went for knight h6. He just wants to go with this knight on f5 and put some pressure against the pawn on d4. One of the main possibilities by white is b4, in which case black should take on d4, go with the knight on f5, and now white has two options, bishop e2 or bishop e3. But he didn't go for that. And in this game, instead of b4, he instantly went for bishop d3. Bishop d3 now is aimed against knight f5. It's aimed against knight f5, so after c takes d4, white usually goes with this pawn sack, and he just lately, especially thanks to MVL, he won some very nice and easy games with the white pieces. So it's reminiscent of Milner-Barry gambit in the advanced French. After c takes d4, they just go with castle. And this is, you know what, this is Milner-Barry. So we have the same position after knight f3, queen b6, bishop d3, c takes, and when they go with c takes, you just go with castle. When they go with knight h6, boom. What do we have? Absolutely the same type of the game as right now. So just like you see, from a different order of moves, Kulauts and Bacro are playing one of the topic variations there. After knight h6, bishop d3, c takes, bishop d7, b4, a6, Kulauts played c4. After d takes, bishop c4, knight f5, bishop goes back on d3. He just blocked the pawn on d4, and he's willing at some point to go after the pawn on d4. That's kind of an interesting possibility here. So it would be very interesting to see what's going to happen in this game, because Kulauts is down a pawn, but on purpose. He's a very dangerous player, and let's just see how is Etienne Bacro going to solve problems in this type of game, and in literally saying gambit by white. Okay, let's go with the next one. Nils Grandilius against Yilmazarli. What was this? This was Petrov defense, d4, lately very popular move, knight e4, bishop d3, d5, knight e5, knight d7, and here one of these topic variations with knight c3. After knight c3, b takes, bishop d6, castles, castles, rook e1. I remember when in exactly same position, Miloš Perunović, playing for Serbia, beat the guy from, I believe it was Indonesia, and absolutely played the same line. But instead of this move, where his opponent goes with, here white went for knight d7, he just goes with queen on f3. I believe that's the game between Perunović and that Indonesian chess player. Here, Grandilius played knight d7, queen h5, threatening on h7 and d5, g6, and now, of course, you can't take on d5 because of bishop h2 discovery and you lose the queen. So the guy went for queen f3. So why did he play this? He went for that because he's weakening the dark squares in opponent's camp. After like c4, bishop h6, he's threatening very nasty queen f6 with mate. So black has to go with a rook d8. You can't go with queen f6 because of bishop f8 and no longer mating threats. So after bishop e2, queen f5, g4, queen f3, bishop f3, and bishop e6. Here he played a4 to get some space and prevent some further queenside game by black. So in general, this position should look a little bit better for white, but I see it enough defendable and tough to crack from black's point of view, just like any other Petrov defense. Let's move on to the next one. Alsina against Santos Latasa. Alsina, he hasn't played for a while. He was almost on 2600 at some point. Now he got back into the playing hole, so he's a good player. and he was also like very well prepared at the time when he was like very active. Here he's playing his compatriot Santos Latasa, so this was Queen's Gambit exchanged in Kasparov's favorite line, bishop g5, c6, a3, bishop b7, and here, instead of going for minority attack and one of the main moves, knight f3, he just opted for Kasparov's favorite line with knight g on e2. What's so special about this knight g on e2? He just wants to keep an option of having f3 and e4 breaking in the center. After like rook e8, castle, knight f8, f3, bishop e6. So black is just taking his preps against e4 because he wants to fight against the hanging pawns. h3, and now we're just waiting for Santos Latasa's move. So he just played rook c8. It's still in the range of theory. I believe both of these guys are just having like some sort of psychological battle because this position is more or less known. Both of them are just familiar with this type of position, and they're just deciding here and there what to do and how to surprise another guy. Okay, what do we have here? Gledura against Horvat Dominik. To be honest, at first glance, I really prefer a lot more white's position, but let's see what's happening there. Oops. So here Gledura played knight f3, d5, g3, g6, bishop g2, bishop g7, e5, d3, and went with e4. So it's a modern version of a ready by black, or against ready opening by black. He went with knight e7 and short castle, wants to break at some point with f5. Gledura plays b4, recapturing here, but at the same time b4 gives you bishop b2 to go after the pawn on e5, but at the same time b4 gives you like better and faster advance on the queen side with your pieces as well. So after like b4, bishop e3, f6, knight c3, c6, bishop reroutes itself and goes on the better side of the board. It's the queen side on the better diagonal, knight d2, knight c4 threatening knight d6, knight a5 threatening pawn on b7, and b5. If you ask me, this already looks amazing for white, because he's obviously having like a great pressure on the queen side. He should be very happy with the current type of position. Somehow, I don't know what was black doing here regarding the opening. So as far as I'm concerned, this is gonna be a very bad suffering by black player in this game. We already can say that. Nice opening by Gledura, and white is already a lot better. If Kramnik was playing, I would say it's technically winning, but okay, for Gledura this is just much better. Okay, so Rasulov against Injic. Oh la la, look at this. They already played like 30 moves and agreed on a draw. This is very interesting. Injic, for many years, he's been our best player. He's the first board of the Serbian team. He's a great leader of the Serbian team, fantastic guy, such a great friend, and a very humble person. He's improved a lot lately, and he's just slowly but surely moving up. Here, he agreed on a draw, which is not so likely for him, but I'm actually very happy because he used to all the time to push, and this is very smart, taking draw with the black pieces and then trying with the white pieces to do and to take the most he can. So let's go with this one. This was his favorite Benoni. He's absolutely one of the main Benoni representatives in the world. So after h3, bishop g7, e4, castles, bishop d3, he opted for this b5, rook e8, took on e4, and after rook e1, a6, captured on c3, and obviously white knew the line and exchanged everything, and they just agreed on a draw. Very interesting game, very interesting opening approach by white. Why? Because he's white, and somehow you have like some sort of obligation to at least try and to push a little bit more. But okay, you know you're playing better guy, and you should be happy with the white pieces with the draw. So this is interesting that they just ended the game and drew the game. Abbasov Nijat against Sabina Brunello. So what's happening here? Interesting position. I don't even know which opening was this. So it was English. Now they can go into some sort of Reti opening. So now it's Reti with knight f3, bishop f5, and queen to b3. Okay. So after like queen to b3, threatens on b7, goes with c takes d5, queen b3, a takes, bishop e4, d takes e6. It's very interesting position, because if you play like bishop h1, yeah, I know this line. This is very interesting one. So after knight c6, he went with f3, knight d4, absolutely crazy opening by both of these guys. He was threatening knight c2 fork, rook a4, bishop to b1. He doesn't have a better place for the bishop but to go here. And after rook takes d4, he goes with f6. Absolutely crazy, and I believe it's one of the most exciting opening games we've seen so far. So let me just show you once again. Nijat Abbasov went for English opening. Then he transposed into, after knight f3, d5, g3, into the Reti opening. After bishop g4, he just played knight e5, threatened this bishop. Went with the queen b3. I remember my friend, Grandmaster Boban Bogosavljevic, played a couple of times like this. I even believe he beat up my dad a couple years ago like this. And after queen b3, queen b6, c takes d5, queen b3, a takes, bishop e4. White takes here. Very interesting. Could be, how would he play after this move? And the thing after this move is that, for example, you can take because the bishop is going to take. And when you play c7, the knight is just coming here, so you can promote to this one. So this is like very, very interesting game. But the thing is, can you guess the move for white here? Because it's like a puzzle. So can you guess the move? White moves and wins. This is fantastic. For example, it's not that obvious. It's not that obvious, but it's a fantastic thing. Okay, I gave you enough time to find tactics here by white. Da-da-da-da, boom, rook a7. You just sacrifice your rook, and it's so easy for your opponent to fall for something like this. Don't forget, I'm not using engine. So you know that. We're not using engines in this analysis. You won't be able to see anything like this. Okay, with engines everything is easy, but rook a7 is not an easy move. And when they take, because rook is threatened, now you play the c7 because no more knight c6, rook is not anymore on a8, and you're just winning like this. It's a very nice tactical trick. So the guy played d takes c6, black played knight takes c6, and after f3 went for knight d4. He played rook a4. He plays bishop e1 taking the knight. This guy takes the knight, and after f6 we have a current position. That rook a7 was a very nice tactics for you to find. So I'm still not rusty. I still managed to find something like rook takes a7. Okay, let's move on to the next one. I really liked a refreshing point there. Thomas Bjertsen against Vlad Kovalev. Kovalev so far 2.5 out of 3. Bjertsen is a good guy who's improving lately, and I am with the GM rating. So it was bishop c4, bishop c5, Italian opening, and he played c3. And just when you think like they might be going with some crazy d4, most of these top guys go with d3, but here this guy didn't do that. He just played d4. What a nice thing, because we don't see d4 anymore in, I don't know, modern games, because it's considered to be bad. Kovalev captured, and now he played b4. That's a very new line. I believe Dubov launched this one, and I believe someone else played it not while ago. I forgot who was that with the white pieces. The thing is, nobody anymore plays c takes d4, which was a classic approach because of bishop b4, knight c3, knight e4, and just when you play, okay, I'm doing castle, and when they play bishop c3, d5, you absolutely don't have anything in this line with the white pieces because they just bring the bishop back to f6, rook e1, castle, and then you'd say, buddy, when you just like go with these lines, you won't be able to do anything. This is just equal. So just like you see, this is the line, and this is why everybody nowadays avoid this variation. So they go with b4. It's nice one. Milos Stankovic, who was our guest yesterday, played against Grandmaster Lazic in Serbian League last year a game like this. He won, but Lazic was good out of the opening. So after e takes, d takes, queen e2, b5, takes on g7, c takes d4, queen d7, and we have unclear position against Birz and Vlad Kovalev. Okay, to be honest, I am not happy with White's position. Somehow Black enjoys the bishop pair. There is a thing with possibility to take on g7, so White is going to have even lots of difficulties to make short castle. G2 is going to be weak. I don't know, but I don't like this position for White at all. If you ask me, Maya, would you play something like this out of your preps? I would say, thanks, buddy, but I won't be your guest today. So let's see what's happening in other games. Rasmus Svane against Estelle Guinness. Okay. So let's take a look at this one. Rasmus Svane, e4, a6. He plays against Caro-Kann himself because he's a very tough player to crack. He's defending well, he's very positional, and he plays against Caro-Kann advanced variation, which means that nowadays it's absolutely most dangerous line against Caro-Kann, this advanced variation. And Tal's line. Tal's line is an absolute bomb here against Caro-Kann. I do it myself. I won most of my games except one guy who plays in this tournament. That's the only loss I made out of 11 tournament games. I have like, I believe 7 wins and few draws and 1 loss. It's the guy from Azerbaijan, Asadli. He beat me in Serbia Open in the last round, but h4 is absolutely the best line for White. h5 is practically the only move. So after h5, bishop to d3, absolutely the main line. By the way, here you have famous caveman attack. If you never heard of the caveman attack, you can just go and check it out. So this is very interesting one. So after bishop d3, queen d3, queen a5. Queen a5 is just one of the options. It became popular lately. e6 is something very nice because White is now threatening to push himself e6 as well. So after e6, main line used to be bishop g5 for all these years, and after queen b6, you just go knight d2 and break in the center with c4. But this guy doesn't go with that. He goes queen a5. I remember playing once one training game against Velimir Ivic, and when he came up with queen a5 for the first time, I was very surprised. Nowadays, queen a5 is absolutely the most popular against this one. An idea is when you give check and you go with the knight on d2. What did Svane play? He played what I do all the time, pawn sack. If knight d2, idea is to go back with the queen on a6 and to offer a queen trade. Queen trades are never good here for White, or at least they immediately equalize game, and you should be going with c4. Although, let's see what happened in this one. Grandmaster Perunovic, he told me about b4. I already played like a few games against a few GMs and IMs from India in some rapid tournaments this before, and I won most of these games with few draws. What's the point? What did Black play? Black captured. For example, there is a GM, Martinez Alcantara, who played more than 20 games so far in Title Tuesdays with e6. It's a fantastic pawn sack for white in these positions. You take on d3, and white says, I won't bother, buddy. I'm just going to capture on d3, and when you take, I'll go knight d2. This knight goes on f3, this knight goes on h3, and I'm going to torture you on the dark squares by jumping with this knight on f4. It's very interesting, because Svane is not an e4 player. Looks like this guy's Esteo Guinness, he plays Caracan, so he on purpose went with this line and said, I want to play against Caracan myself because I know how dangerous this line is. So after e6, main move is rook b1, queen e7, and c4. In Serbian league last year, like a few months ago, I played white against FIDE master from Serbia, Omorjan. It was a league game, and I played some knight e2, and then my opponent at some point played b5 and got into a much better position. Somehow I tricked him and won the game, but basically here c4 has to be played just in time. That's what Svane did here. And after c4, knight h6, it's the best move, knight e2, knight f5, he went with the knight g3. I have a secret to share with you here. Absolutely the best move is knight h4. I know it from my own analysis, and here the move should be crazy knight to e4. The point of knight to e4 is when they take, you take by knight, you threaten bishop g5, and position is just equal, or sometimes white has some crazy initiative, but okay, I won't share these analysis right now because I don't want to bother you with theory here. So after knight g3, queen g3, Svane recapture by queen, queen c7, and this is the position that we have on the board. It's very interesting. I just have to say this looks like absolutely fine position for white, because white seems to be having a great compensation for the given pawn. Also, once again, he's the guy who plays Caracan himself, and he should be happy with the white's position, because this is exactly what he was hoping for out of the opening. It's very nice. Okay, so let's go with the next game. Daniel Fernandez against Tersahayan. Looks like okay, it was English opening, popular bishop b4, threatening to take on c3 and to play some sort of okay. So after knight d5, bishop e7, bishop goes back there. You know, in these positions, there are so many possibilities to go with the bishop on c5, a5, but one of the main positions and moves is just bishop e7. After d4, e takes, queen takes, knight f6, knight e7, queen e7, bishop g5, knight c6. Here, you on purpose give your opponent chance to take on f6, and on the contrary, you just want to play with a little bit better position regarding development. Okay, so the thing is d6, bishop f6, queen f6, g takes, knight f3, knight e5, knight e2, bishop e6, e3, castles, f3, and now Tersahayan says, okay, maybe we're playing a seemingly boring position where the queens are off, but I'm gonna blow here in the center, play d5, and after this rook recaptures, I'll double up, try to take advantage of the better development, and go for a full point. So he just goes with d5 breaking in the center and doubling these rooks like that. Okay, it's nice one, and Sahayan is the one who's got initiative here. Varverdam against Kukmazov. So Varverdam is another guy from the bracket with 2.5 points. He goes for English opening, then he goes with that line e4. I'm pretty sure that this approach with the second move against English opening, where they go with e6, is not the best for black, exactly because of the e4 move. So after, the guy went for c5, knight f3, knight c6, d4. Another option could be to sack the pawn, this, to go with d4 and sacking a pawn like this, but that's another type of the line. So he didn't want to play that. He actually went for d4, and After bishop b4, knight c6, and bishop d3. Varverdam is the guys, is one of the guys who's from the Dutch team. They're all very much booked up. They know their theory. He's always spot on when it comes to his openings, and he certainly plays one of the variations that he should be familiar with. It reminds me on all those Sicilian Ken positions. So after a5, castles, castles, h3, a5, queen goes on c2, bishop c5, knight a4, play c5. I wouldn't discuss much about the this opening. This is more or less like a normal position. I just enjoy it a little bit more for white because of healthier pawn structure. That one for sure. Second thing, only problem that white is having with at the moment is the bishop on d4. So probably he just has to solve the problem with this bishop on d4 somehow at some point. Let's go with the next one. Next one is Jan Subel against Vrnjacki. Subel against Vrnjacki. And speaking of this one, I just need to tell you that so I said first 30 boards we're going to check. That's what I needed to check here. So let's go in this one. So regarding this position, after like e4, a5, knight f3, bishop b5, knight f6, another martial defense, d3, bishop c5, knight bd2, d6. Do you know what is interesting? We've seen so far probably 10, maybe even 15 games in the martial defense. Every single time, white players go with something different. They don't know how to play against the martial defense. Maybe I can give them an answer: don't play Rai Lopez with the white pieces if you don't want to face the martial defense. So let's go with c3, castles, castles, a5. a5 is a modern approach of getting some space on the queen side. He's not afraid of that bishop on b5. After h3, bishop a7. Yes, he wants to get a shelter back for the bishop. Then he rewrites this knight, knight a7, knight g6. These pawns go c6, d5, breaking in the center. Although this young Slovenian player went with d4, knight g6, knight f1. He goes with c6, but now he doesn't have time, since white was the first one to break in the center with d4. Now they don't have idea with d5. So after rook e8, okay, so the thing is, after this, knight g3, bishop b8. Vrnjacki played this bishop b8 move, and after like bishop e3, d5, he now breaks in the center. Okay, position looks absolutely complicated. And after d takes, now we're just waiting for the black's move. Somebody said and asked in the chat room what's happening with Velimir Ivić, current Serbian champion. Velimir is on 1.5 points out of 3 games, so he's not on these top boards that we're checking, but we're just hoping here he's gonna reach these top 30 boards, and we're gonna be able to analyze his games as well. Okay, so let's carry on. After d takes e5, knight takes e5 with more or less complicated position here. Okay, let's go on to the next one. Darda against Kovacevic. Kovacevic, GM who made an amazing win and upset yesterday. He just made a great win against one of the top players in the tour. It's Wojtaszek from Poland. So Darda playing white, he went with knight f3, and Alexander Kovacevic is the only guy who played so far out of so many games that we've checked. He went for the Queen's Indian defense and b6. It's very interesting because nowadays you either see d5, most of these games you see with d5, some of these guys go with Bogo, and Ingic and some more guys who like Benoni, they go with c5. But nobody plays, a little bit forgotten, Queen's Indian defense. After g3, bishop b7. Another approach in the Queen's Indian is bishop a6. There are 5 moves by white: queen c2, queen b3, b3, or knight bd2. Those are, or even queen a4. And this variation after bishop a6 is considered to be at least slightly better for white according to latest analysis. He went for bishop b7, bishop g2, bishop e7, castle, castle. Oops, h4. Are you serious? He played h4 here. It's a theoretical novelty. Somebody just has to explain me what's the point of h4. There must be something there. So it's very interesting. I'm surprised with this h4. So after like knight a6, rook e1. One thing I actually understand about not putting knight on c3, because as soon as you put knight on c3, black equalizes with the knight e4. And then you don't have time for any knight e4 because they just go with bishop e4. And this is how you get those positions with the bishop on e4, and this is how you simplify the game. Afterwards, you play d6, knight d7, and so on. Here, if Darda played h4, he still doesn't want to commit himself with the knight and sends a clear message to his opponent. Okay, buddy, I'm familiar with this knight c3, knight e4 ideas. Play and kind of strand your knight on the a6. And now, since the knight is kind of stranded on a6, he now can consider some knight c3, but he still doesn't want to do it and still plays this one. It's aimed against some of these c5 ideas, but c5 is usually met by this, and now you have knight h4. Now you don't have it. In these circumstances, you don't have this knight going there. So I'm really, maybe this one, and then rerouting this knight after h6 to h3, and then going to f4. Who knows? This could be an idea of h4. I'm not sure. So after like rook e1, Kovacevic played d5, c takes, played knight c3, played bishop f4, and now you see a good benefit of having h4 because no more g5 by black. And we anyways, with the bishop on f4, do some of these h4 in these positions. So bishop f4, knight jumps on e4, he goes e3, c takes, knight c5, rook c1, bishop f6, kicking the knight away, and we're just now waiting for Kovacevic's move. So it's an interesting position. It's a little bit better for sure for white. Now I really like that idea with h4 because g5 doesn't seem to be working for black. Also, there is one more good thing about this position for white. It's the fact that the pawn on d5 is IQP, or isolated queen pawn. So this is very interesting. I was expecting that he would take on c3 and then jump with another knight on e4. So Darda has to take on c3 by rook. And after knight e4, he probably should move this bishop somewhere. The problem is that he can reach the c7 square with this piece. So does he have to play like, no, he can even play knight e6, right? Maybe something like that. I don't know. As far as I see, after, oh, he can even play bishop d4 in this position and maybe go with the knight e6. That's another interesting possibility. So after like e takes d4, you just can equalize with knight e6 or knight e4, right? Or even knight e4 in those positions. But another thing in this one could be bishop d4, and after queen d4, you just go knight e6, threatening queen bishop and not allowing any rook c7 and bishop c7 thing. This is interesting. Let's see the moves in the game. So in the game, he definitely has to take on c3. That's what he did. Kovacevic played knight e6, and after knight e6, f takes e6 is only move. So white looks better. White looks better, and somehow his novelty with h4 fully paid off there. And let's just see Kan Emre Gorodetsky David. I believe those are like, let me just check once again, but I said we're going to be following top 31. Yeah, two more boards because top 41 board I said, okay, so I'm just going to be going like a little bit faster. So Emre Can played Catalan opening, and after bishop d2, knight b d2 castles. It's an idle Catalan. You always go with the knight on e5 to oppose this bishop on b7. That's already like a well-known idea. So after like knight bd7, queen a4, if the bishop moved back to d6, he would jump with the knight on c6 and have full control of the game. So bishop d2, knight e5, d takes, knight d7, rook to d1, and as far as I'm concerned, this is really looking well for white because he enjoys the bishop pair advantage and he has both of these bishops pretty good. Okay, then Blåberger against Jergos Pešak, opposite color bishops. Those are absolutely, this is absolutely equal type of the game. So it was Rai Lopez with Berlin defense. Well, what can you expect from Berlin defense but equal game? Bishop f6, rook e8, exchanging everything, queen e7, and another boring type of game and position where they just exchanged everything and went into the Berlin defense. Brkic against Garibian Mamikon. So looks like Queen's Gambit Orthodox. It was Ragozin defense. Bishop f6, c3, rook c1, captured on d5, then recaptured by rook. So after that, played knight e7. It's usually very important to reroute this knight in a very, to be pretty much to the point. The thing is, when you play like knight e7, you just bring the knight all the way back and want to play c6 yourself. So why? Because knight on c6 is not doing well, so you're just repositioning your knight. What are you going to do with this knight? Go on the king side, knight g6, knight h4, and play a game like this. So after white played bishop d3, Antic solidified himself, knight e5, bishop f5, castle, queen e6, b4, rook e8, a4, a6, played f6, and according to Garry Kasparov, if you read his articles or analysis of his game, I don't remember who was his opponent. He said when you in Queen's Gambit Orthodox bring your knight on d6, knight on d6 is one of the most important pieces there. So what's the point of the knight on d6? It defends pawn on b7. It prevents b5 minority attack by white. It controls c4, it controls center and the square e4, and definitely black is doing fine already in this position, and I believe that Brkic is very familiar with this fact and he's gonna push for a win in this game. I know that it doesn't look like that, but there is a good article written by my good friend Grandmaster Robin van Kempen, who actually made like 2 or 3 examples with the positions like that, and where I read that, analyzed those games, and that's how I learned about this knight on d6 and how it works. So black is practically better in this type of the game because this is going to be a 1-goal type of the game. After Samonenkov against Asadli, Samonenkov made a nice win yesterday. He tricked Chigaev in drawish position. We've been following that game yesterday, if you remember, and he made a very nice trick at the end of the game. Here, we're just having some. First, it became like King's Indian, then it transposed into Grunfeld. Then, if you play c4 and at some point c6, it's Slav defense, Grunfeld type of position. So white just enjoys a lot more space, and the thing is, after a4, knight e4, bishop e2, bishop f5, black should look absolutely okay, while white just enjoys some space on the queen side. This is a relatively cool position for both of these guys, and they both should be happy with the current position. Somebody asked if the entrance is free. Entrance is free, and yes, feel free to come and to watch these guys. Okay, let's go on to the next one. Gokher Khan against Paravian. So this is Petrov defense. You can immediately see by the looking of position that it's one of those boring type of games. So, and once again, whenever you see Petrov defense or whenever you see Berlin defense, you immediately know that with the black pieces, their main ambition is to hold the opponent, make a draw, slow down if it's a younger player and not to play some crazy theory, and then to probably push for a win next round. So let's go queen c2, bishop f6, looking like type of symmetrical position where white has these knights on the king side, but I don't see specific problems for black players. Let's go with the next one. Luka Moroni, Ulvi Sadikov. Pretty interesting position. I cannot guess the opening. Oh, do we see for the first time King's Indian after the first round? The guy went for the Seravan bishop d3 and knight g on e2 line. Seravan's line was especially used by American GMs such as Yermolinsky, Kaidanov, Seravan, Larry Christiansen, and the group of these, Joel Benjamin, the Firmian, group of these older American GMs who's been preparing themselves always bishop d3 and knight g on e2 to face the King's Indian. So after knight c6, it's the best move, e5 the best move, and knight d4 is one of the best variations. I also remember reading Cheperinov's course on the King's Indian. He also suggested knight d4 for black. E takes d4, knight e2, rook e8, f3, and c5. Nice. It's a nice theoretical game. Although I don't like c5 because of one thing. So the thing is, it allows bishop g5, and that's exactly what Luka Moroni did. For example, I prefer going with the knight back on d7 and preventing bishop g5 by white in this position. That's a good thing, and that's what I prefer about this one. Although he allowed bishop g5, and now he's got some problems because planned by white is queen c2, knight g3, h3, rook a2, e1, f4, and kill this guy by breaking in the center with e5. Let's see what happened in the game. Knight g3, I said that. Queen d2, I didn't. I said queen c2. b3, solidifying himself. h3, I said. f4, I said. And after this, you see, queen was supposed to be on c2, not on d2. So after this, he now has to defend this rook b2. Anyways, queen was supposed to be on c2. Rook goes on e1, and the thing is, you just should be breaking with e5 and f5 at some point. It's a typical d4 type of break. Kuparadze Kobalia. Kuparadze made a nice win yesterday. The guy has a very nice style, very interesting games and chess he's playing. And let's see how he deals with this Berlin defense. He goes with castles, knight e4, d4, knight d6, capturing, trading the queens off, playing h3, and h6 by black. Knight e2 goes back, b6. If you remember, this is how Kramnik played against Kasparov, and he was using this plan with the g5. And then why do you do g5? Because you just prevent knight f4, knight h5 by white, because in that case you can't move any of these pawns on the king side. So with the g5 being played, he just prevents knight f4, and after b3, c5, bishop e2, bishop e6, g4, knight g3, knight goes back to e1, knight h5, it anyways went there. So this is the thing. And after knight to d4, bishop d4, rook d4, rook goes back to d3, knight c2, knight g7. So what's the point? You see that Kuparadze is up a pawn, but this guy has definitely safer king on b7 than the king on g1. And he's up a pawn. So he's up a pawn, but black has a bishop pair in a relatively open game and enjoys some sort of like compensation in return for that. So let's go with the next one. Frederick Svane against Miloš Stanković. Miloš was our guest yesterday. He made incredibly nice game. He sacrificed knight, first bishop, then knight, and then he sacrificed rook to beat strong GM from France, Lagarde. So here, Frederick Svane plays like this. Miloš opted for a Sicilian and played a little bit less known bishop d7 line. There are like a couple of players and GMs in Serbia who go for this early bishop d7, including Grandmaster Miroslav Markovic. So after bishop d7, bishop e2, knight c6, bishop e3, a6, what do we have on the board? Nothing else, but one of the main variations of nothing else but Rouser main line. So after e6, this guy went with g4, h6, f4, bishop e7, queen d2, b5. Miloš played g5, and he just opted for pretty crazy g5 and going into, he's really doing well in these complicated positions, and I like this. So after like castles, g takes, now he just takes control of the great square e5, and he would like to play bishop c6, remaneuver this knight like this. So relatively complicated position. Of course, that engine is going to enjoy white's game because white has like better control of the center. Black, on the other hand, is absolutely in a good with a good counter-attacking possibility. So I'd say a roughly equal type of the game. Next one is Marius From against Goryachkina. She's doing good. One of the best women in the tournament. Actually, she's the best according to rating, but she's performing so far the best of all the women, which is not so surprising. She's like way better than most of these GMs. So after another Berlin defense, how many Berlin defenses we're gonna see here? So more or less we have all these games, and once again my theory is proven. Every single guy is playing something different against the Berlin defense. But do you know what is also a common thing for all these games? No one with the white pieces can do anything to black when they play Berlin defense. So will you guys listen to my advice and don't play Rai Lopez, because you're gonna face this boring Berlin defense. So rook a to e1, h4, queen f6, and look at this. This looks terribly, terribly boring, and you can't do anything with the white pieces out of this position. But it's also good advice for those who like drawish type of games and are just happy with not to suffer with the black pieces. Then go with this opening with black. Kilik Ire against Levic Leon. So let's take a look at this one. It was King's Indian, finally won King's Indian. So after knight c6, knight c3, a6. a6 with the idea rook b8 and b5. That's exactly what he did. And he played bishop f5, provoked this guy to do e4, came on g4, and he now wants to go with e5 and knight d4. That's exactly what he did with the knight e7, retreated this knight to go with e5 and knight d4. Okay, so after like bishop f3, e5, point is that now it's not good to jump here because of knight d4, and black is doing great, especially because the b5 is always optional on the queen side. So in the game was d takes. Black has like absolutely fine type of the game here. So as a King's Indian player myself, I really, really enjoy black's position here. Bishop on g7 enjoys open diagonal. Also, pawn on d3 looks like a potentially dangerous for white. Knight on c5 looks absolutely dominating here because it's supporting the opponent d3, and he defends the opponent b7. Ibadov Dragnev. So what's happening there? In the game Ibadov Dragnev, we're just going to check 2 more games and then it's time for the break, because we just checked like the first 41 board, and all the guys who are having like perfect score, 3 points and 2.5 points in this tournament. So Ibadov against Dragnev, they just play the Karakan, bishop d3. We've seen this line exchange variation. Fischer used to play this one. Dragnev went with the bishop f5. By the way, it's not good to take here, because if you take, I remember once playing black against international master Solomunovic in tournament game, he went something like this. You go e6 and you just jump with the knight like this. Bishop goes on d6, and no matter what they do, queen c7, long castle, place the rook on the g file and kill them along the g file. So, but by the way, just a moment before we see that, let's just see what happened in that game. So bishop e2, bishop g7, castles, castles, bishop f4, rook e8, knight b2, knight e4, knight here, a6 to stop bishop b5, knight a5, kicking the bishop away, b3. Now white enjoys more of space, and they just made a draw there by playing these moves. And finally, 2 more games to check and we're done. Azarov against Ohanian. Azarov played modern Italian with early bishop g5. That became lately very popular. So after bishop e7, this is what Wishianen played against Michael Adams recently. a4, castle, castle, bishop e6, knight b2, queen c8, c3, rook e1, and after rook c1, just that knight went on bishop b5. Bishop b5, so he can have a c4 square for the knight, and to have like an easier d4 exactly. Why easier? Because anytime they take, you can recapture or even take on c6, creating double pawns and weakening the pawn structure. Finally, this is a Romanian guy, Sakeres Adrian Simeon against Gumulars. Looks very interesting. I believe this is Leningrad variation. d4, g6, c4, bishop, g7. So I was wrong. It wasn't Leningrad variation, but it looks like that type of position. Knight c3, c5, d5. Aha, he opted for this. And you know what? This is a very logical thing. So he closes up the game because now white enjoys the bishop pair advantage. White enjoys the bishop pair advantage, so he's supposed to close the game up as much as possible. The thing is, after like e5, bishop d3, knight d7, knight d2, queen e7, h5, h4, king d8, and the first, I believe, who used this plan with the king d8 and hiding the king on queen side and on c7 was Anatoly Karpov himself in a famous game against Polugaevsky. So look at this plan, moving the king all the way to d8 and eventually on c7, just like Anatoly Karpov. That's a very, very nice one. So after like king d8, king c7, king h1, f6, g5, queen a5, hiding the king there. White is also rerouting, but you know what? I probably have a bad news for white in this position. There is no chance to attack black in these type of structures, and any kind of attack usually shouldn't be working. Maybe he can just try to do something with bishop c1, bishop a3 and doubling these rooks, but as long as he's got a rook on a8, bishop on c8, black is absolutely defendable. All things considered, we've checked first 41 boards. We checked everything. We've already seen a couple of draws. We saw some very and possibly big excitements there. So we'll get back, but we just need some time. I just need to get some refreshments. So See you later, guys, and we're just gonna carry on with the middle games. Bye-bye.
their development in any way. I very often with these good boys, like some of them are playing here, I think this is maybe how I contribute the most. I try to build their self-confidence by playing with them, and then simply they're amazing and they start to beat me, then they understand, okay, these 2,600 guys are not so tough after all, and they start playing better and with more confidence, and that's it. That's it.
You see, guys, he's very humble. I remember when we were kids, we used to play all these European and World Championships, and ever since we come to the tournaments from Yugoslavia and at that time and Serbia, the first question is Dragan Šolak playing? So they were so afraid of you, and at that time you were like one of the absolutely best and most talented kids. So you're now even humble as a coach. But I really believe that following all these, you know, like for following all these years, how did you perform and how actually Turkish players perform in Serbian tournaments, you made fantastic results with them and you made so many good kids. So congratulations for that. Would you mind helping us with analysis some of these top games right now?
I'll be happy to try.
Nice. So let's go with Turkish guy, Sanal against Korobov.
Vahap Sanal, okay, he's
Sanal.
Yeah, playing white against Anton Korobov. Anton Korobov, he's the most unpleasant opponent I have ever had in my life. He beat me quite a few times, very tough games, extremely strong player. So also for this player, I don't understand why he never reached some ratings like 27, 50 or more. I fail to understand this. But Vahap is a very interesting player. He likes to play long, tough games with interesting motives, and he always tries to win. I can tell you an interesting story about Vahap. We played our third game. We played 3 games so far. Okay, I beat him when he was a kid, you know, so he was still developing. His rating was maybe 2400 or 2450. I was leading 2-0, and both games were very important. And then we played the third game in Turkish Super League. 2 best teams played, decisive match of the league possibly. And I was rated much higher still, and I got winning position out of the opening. And he started creating some chances, slight chances somehow. And in time trouble, I did something wrong, and the position became totally unclear. Later, it turned out that it was a 0-0-0 position. But okay, after the time trouble, we have an equal position by computer. We don't know that at the moment, but the guess is pretty much it's like this. And you know, I just had enough of this fight, and the match was finished. Other games finished, and the result was already clear. So our game was not very important anymore. And I just offered a draw. Probably, I mean, that's not what a chess player should do, but you know, I had enough of this tension, and I just wanted some relief, I guess. I offered a draw, and he called his captain. Now, the guy is losing 2-0. He was about to lose this game. Okay, he should accept, but okay, he calls the captain. Now I say, why is he calling the captain? I mean, okay, the captain comes, and he asks the captain, our friend, international master Umut Atakishi, he asks him, what should I do? Dragan offered a draw, and the captain says, okay, the match is finished, we won the match, but you can do basically what you want, but I think you can accept. And okay, I have, you know, just some relief now, the game is finished. And he turns and he plays a move immediately. I felt like someone stabbed me with a dagger right into my heart. I mean, it was an incredible feeling. I couldn't believe this happened. He played an amazing endgame and he beat me. And he has this kind of personality, always fighting. He's an incredible fighter, very good psychology, and quite a decent player. One thing that he does, he plays too many games with low-rated players and always loses some rating points there, but he's a dangerous opponent. He proved that. He won many tournaments. And let's see what we can say about this game. How does it look? What do you think?
I like black.
Yeah, black is probably better.
I like black.
White, Vahap is a pawn up, correct?
Yes.
But something didn't work out. So he could maybe the minimum he can do is trade the queens after rook c4, maybe go bishop to where?
D2.
Black can easily regain a pawn, but he might also bring the other rook instead because white has 2 pawns hanging, so black is better here. I don't know what Wahab is going to do.
Yeah, queen c4. The queen c4 almost looks like a forced move here.
I mean, what else
Maybe some,
possibly do?
I don't know, queen c4, a rook c4.
I mean, some
Maybe bishop c5 too, but bishop c5 doesn't
queen
work.
c4, bishop c4, and bishop c, queen c4, rook c4, bishop c5. You say yes?
Yeah.
Maybe it's not too bad, but black can simply take the pawn on f4, and then he has very good endgame with an extra e pawn. Okay, this, and then he wants to take g2, or he wants to check and take b4 or
So
c5.
he has to go
bring
queen c4, rook c4, bishop d2, right?
bishop d2, maybe. And then now black has this situation where 2 white pawns are hanging. So what we should do most of the time is not take any of them, just bring another piece.
Yeah, exactly.
So maybe rook d8 or rook e4 check or rook c8. I mean, it looks like black has a very nice advantage.
Black is better. Practically, he's a lot better in this type of game. Ponomariov Cadrich. Did you see Cadrich's game yesterday?
Yes, nice one.
You liked it, yeah.
Yeah.
It was a very nice one.
Okay, so let's see what's happening here.
He just took the queen on g4, I guess.
White has to take, yeah, okay. So how is the position? No, it looks like it should be probably equal. Do you agree with this?
Yeah, absolutely. And
I
it
mean,
looks...
should black push d5 immediately and equalize or do something else? d5? Can white, does white have something after?
d5, rook d1.
d5, rook d1. So I think black should be able to hold this quite easily, but Ponomariov likes these positions. I had this feeling when I played with him. I played 2 games with him. Yeah, 2 games. And both times...
Can you guess the result?
Yeah,
Both draws.
Yeah.
Dragan Sholak is one of the toughest players in the playing hall, just to know that.
I mean, first time I played him, I was just completely lost. And he preferred to, you know, slowly try to grind me down in some technical position, and actually that's how I escaped, instead of just finishing me tactically. He could finish me off a few times, and that's why I think he likes this kind of position where he can have, but he needs a very small advantage. He needs some advantage, and I think Denis is going to hold this quite.
Yeah, Denis played d5, and this Ponomariov went for rook d1.
He still has you know, Denis still needs to find a few moves, but I think he has options and no big problems here.
Analyzing all these games for the past few days, do you know what I've noticed? Almost every single game with the black pieces, they go after e4, e5, and they play Berlin defense.
Yeah, that's a great opening.
That's a great opening.
Very logical move, you jump with a knight attack.
So you're just looking, and even more interesting, every single player with the white pieces play different line, and they don't know how to get an advantage.
Okay, that's also normal. I mean, nobody knows right now how to get an advantage against Berlin, but my personal opinion is that white should probably try to either enter the endgame, which looks a little bit better for white, but the reason white players avoid this endgame is when you play a Berlin player, and he probably played this endgame like hundreds of times.
Exactly.
And you don't have this kind of experience usually. So you really need to work hard on this endgame to be able to match their skill. And quite a few players have time and energy for that, because this endgame is very deep. So that's one idea, to analyze the endgame. The other good move is d3, I think, against Berlin. d3, and after bishop c5, bishop takes c6. And if black takes, once black takes from the center dc6, I think white still has some small advantage there. Everything else, to me, looks like black doesn't have any...
I have a third advice, don't play Rai Lopez.
But still, I hope they will make a mistake and push a6, and then I can punish them by taking on c6.
Yeah. So this is Kacharava against Safarli.
Okay. So what's going on here? 6 pawns versus 6 pawns. It seems that Eltaj doesn't have any problems here. On the contrary, he's better. He can try to put a rook on the e file. A4 pawn is weak. He might have other plans like pushing b6 and c5.
b6 and c5 is what I...
but I mean, just it looks like black has a huge advantage here. Like rook f to e8. That's just, I mean, looks like a great move. Too many weaknesses. I don't think that white can hold this position, to be honest.
I also suspect open a file, open e file, b6 and c5 possibility. Black looks a lot better.
Eltaj has great tactical vision, and I think he will find some ways to win this game.
This is a Greek guy who performs really well lately.
Two Greek players. I only know
Dima.
yes, Dimitrios I know well, but I don't know so well the player.
I know this guy because he beat Ivic in Serbian Open, beat Ivanišević when we played match against Greece. So yesterday he beat up someone around 2700, I forgot the name. So
that's quite impressive.
Yeah, and his rating is still 25-20.
Okay, ratings are...
You don't like rating systems, I cannot.
It's not easy to understand. That's the problem. Not easy to understand. But let's just check the position. I like white setup, pawns on light squares and great bishop on b2, and white has only one strategical idea to try to create problems for black, and that is to push g5. Probably prepare with h4 and then push g5 and then attack some pawns on the king's side. White has advantage here because, okay, strategical advantage, he has a stronger center, but black's position is quite reasonable. Pawns on dark squares, light square bishop. Knight on e6 is extremely important piece, defending c7, c5, d4, g7, g5, all the critical squares. So this knight is crucial here. Nevertheless, I think white can try to slowly prepare g5 and create some problems for black. Also, it was nice for black to push a5 and a4 and create some small kind of pressure there, although I don't think it's very important, but still nice. Okay, that's it. I think white is normally a very slight favorite. Okay, but I know Master Vasilis. I mean, he's a tough player to beat, so I would bet on draw here.
Yeah, that was a good assessment. I like it. Let's just see 2 more games, and then I'm going to ask you for Serbian now top player Pratke. Actually, what do you think about all these transfers now of all these players worldwide? Actually, this time we're talking about Russia, but you also have like so many guys from different countries and getting like citizenship and playing for different and other federations.
Okay, I can say something about the situation in Turkey. When I switched to Turkish Chess Federation, I mean, I got married, I moved to Turkey, I speak Turkish language, and I started working with Turkish kids, and my girls, I have daughters, they live in Turkey. So basically my life is in Turkey. But in spite of all that, there was some reaction from Turkish players, and I understand it. You know, some players would sometimes say, not too many, but I heard these things. Some players say, okay, why is he playing now for the Turkish national team? It's not fair. He's taking up one place in the national team. And okay, I understand that this can harm some people. After me, Alexei Pato also switched to Turkish team. There was some more reaction. And after that, I think that Turkish Chess Federation made a set of rules that deals with these situations, and I think now it's completely impossible to switch to Turkish Chess Federation without having Turkish citizenship. It's not required by FIDE, but it is required by Turkish Chess Federation, and maybe it's normal. I generally think that now it became, at first it wasn't like this, but now people are switching federations quite often, and I, as far as I know, some people switch several times. They switch and then switch back. I mean, I absolutely don't blame anyone, but maybe it's time to just devise some rules that will with this a little bit better. I don't know how. I didn't give it too much thought, but probably it's possible to do something about this.
Yeah, thank you so much for your reflections on this point, because lately it's happening a lot. From another point of view, you have like lots of top Russian chess players that now they don't have a chance to play unless they play under the FIDE flag or change the federation, and maybe they're more or less forced to do it.
Well, no one is forced to do anything. They can, yes, but their choice is very difficult. I understand.
Exactly.
That. So I don't know. I mean, I just sympathize with all the people who are in difficult situation. I think this is valid for some people, for too many players from Russia, maybe Ukraine, maybe many other countries in the world at some point in time, and. I mean, I hope that there will be some. As an organizer, I organized quite a few chess tournaments in Turkey. We have a chess hotel, and.
Can you tell us about your tournaments in Turkey? And
like near the end of pandemic, we just you know, together with my friend, International Master Suat Soylu from Turkey. Actually, I mean. I was thinking about this idea for quite a while, and then during the pandemic, the prices of hotels went down very much because people needed money probably, and we just found the right moment, and we bought a small hotel. It didn't cost too much, and
I want to live in Turkey to buy a small hotel as well.
Okay, just the price was really reasonable, but the hotel is really nice. It's near the sea. Near Aegean Sea, not far from Izmir, like 1.5 hours by car. And it has 22 rooms. We arranged this hotel completely to host chess tournaments. And we have organized around 55 tournaments so far, mostly closed tournaments. And the idea of the tournaments is to give chance to talented players from Turkey. I really got sad. In Turkey, the situation is very different from Serbia, for example. And players in Serbia had a chance to experience this whenever they play with Turkish players, because ratings are different. For example, an average 1700 player in Turkey plays equally well as a 2100 player in Serbia. There is a 400 rating difference. Then they say sometimes Turkish kids play so well. No, just the rating. Okay, we have, of course, great Turkish players. We have great kids. We also have some kids who are decent but not that great. We have all kinds of players, but the ratings are different. And then a kid from Turkey comes who is rated 1700, plays in Serbia, wins a lot of rating points. I mean, there is some kind of problem here. But now what happens in Turkey? People don't know this outside of Turkey, but in Turkey you have players who are rated, let's say, 2300. They absolutely cannot play any tournament in Turkey. It's like almost impossible, because they will just meet, they will play with players who are 1700, 1800, and then the ratings will drop. And they will drop massively, like hundreds of points. So people just choose not to play, they go to other countries. This situation is not very good. So because of that, my idea was to just give a chance to talented players and to try to organize nice tournaments. But I had some problems with organizations. Some people were not so happy when they see again, what happened, I invited players from other countries, kids would win too many rating points. To some people, it looked strange. But okay, I'm trying to deal with these things. Now we are organizing these tournaments, and in April we will make 4 more Grandmaster tournaments. I'm hoping it's going to...
Are you calling the guys who are just watching this to maybe register to play your GM tournaments? If I'm talking about FMs and IMs.
Yes, everyone is welcome, of course. They can go to our website. If they find, if they look it up on internet, Kaisa Chess Club or Kaisa Hotel Chess, they will find our website, and they can get all the information. They can contact me, and the tournaments, the Grandmaster tournaments that we make, I try to make really nice tournaments where I invite players who have normal ratings. So there are kids, you know, who are rated like 1700, 1900, 2100, but they play really strong. I tell them, okay, you have to, unfortunately, I mean, you have to go and win rating points and get to your normal level and then join the tournaments, because otherwise it would be completely impossible for anyone to get any norms. That's it.
That's very nice. I would like to thank you for being guests and being with us here. Guys, you could have seen how easy it is when you're so strong, and how actually Dragan is analyzing this game with such simplicity. I'm impressed. Also, thank you so much for your observations on like so many other topics. We wish you the best of luck with organizing your tournaments and with your coaching skills. Because Dragan, we're getting older and we're just now create some players. And finally, maybe some other time, I'm gonna bring up the story how I actually helped him with his getting married at some point. You understand? Actually, it's about driving him to get on the train to just get married. So thanks so much, and you're always more than welcome here. All the best. Okay, guys, so we're just gonna continue with analyzing the games here. So we're just analyzing game between Sargissian and Gorstein. So once again, this was Grandmaster Dragan Šolak, ex-Serbian player. Nowadays, he's playing for Turkey, and he's been coaching so many of these good kids, and now they're just performing so well. So here, Sargissian is pushing a little bit better in this position. He's having like one obvious weakness to play against. I'm talking about c6 pawn. So definitely white is a little bit more active and has better chances. Also, black has weakness to play against as well. I'm talking about the d4 pawn. So let's just see what's gonna happen there. White has some sort of advantage here. Morzin, Maritrosian. Morzin is here pressuring hard. He's up a pawn. A last move is c4. He just wants to create a passed pawn. So it's the thing. So c4, if d takes c4, just d5, and after like d5, he's gonna create a passer. He can't go with the queen on d6. This is a nice move, and I like it from practical point of view. Okay, so it's a very difficult game for Maritrosian, and he just has to hope for some sort of very, very strong salvation if he wants to do something in this game, although I see lots of practical difficulties for him in this game and to save it. Okay, let's go with the next one. So what about d takes c4, d5? Does he have to take? Can he go with rook takes b2? But in that case, c takes d5. Much better position for white, almost to be one of those technically winning games. Anton against Parlegras. Position changed to this one. It looks still drawish. It's one of those Berlin games we just spoke about. You heard the Dragan. Dragan has amazing chess experience. He's been playing for all these years against top and leading world GMs. He's very tough nut to crack, and he said Berlin is the one to go with if you just want to play like equal type of the game and to simply slow down your opponent with the white pieces. Okay, let's go with the next one. So the thing is, we just go with the game Kozak Navara. They drew the game. Kozak was performing well out of the opening, but you also have to know that Navara is one of the strongest players in this tournament and with probably biggest experience. Suleimanli against Pratke. Suleimanli has this pawn on c6, knight on d7, and it somehow looks, at first glance, it looks more promising for white. Aha, he's even up a pawn, but okay, pawn on c6 is about to fall, although it's white's turn. But I just have to tell you something by watching all these games of Pratke for the last couple of days. Somehow his positions don't look that all the time promising, and he's not like in a very big advantages all the time, but he's very good in practical play, and he's one of those tough nuts to crack. So I believe he's gonna be able, since these are obstacle bishops, and he's got this bishop on a6 that does a pretty good job. Even though he's down a pawn and the d6 looks weak, he's gonna be able to solve practical problems in this game somehow. Although objectively speaking, Suleimanli is the one who's pushing for a win. Then we have Israeli derby, Boris Gelfand against Kobo Ore. Boris Gelfand enjoys a little bit more space in this position, but objectively speaking, I don't see any special problems for black. Still, when you play against Boris Gelfand, who's a real master in strategy with probably biggest top-level experience altogether with Ivanchuk and previously mentioned Navara, you always have to be more than careful, and you can never fully relax in these type of the games. Okay, let's go and let's take a look at the next one. So this is Clemente Sichev against Ivan Saric. Sichev is up a pawn, but actually that is temporarily up a pawn because d6 is about to fall. So I don't know, just a moment, can Saric get the pawn back here on d6? He cannot. He cannot. If rook takes d6, knight g4, rook e1, knight g4, rook e8 mate. So I'm talking about this one. I thought for a moment that this was okay for black, but rook takes d6 doesn't work due to knight g4. And if you take knight g4, rook is hanging. So when you include rook e1, you don't have time for knight g4 because he delivers checkmate on the back rank. So rook takes d6 is impossible. That makes Saric's game being very difficult here from practical point of view. In that case, we're talking about like a much better game for white, and this is not going to be an easy for Saric to hold. So rook takes d6 doesn't seem to be working. Saric played bishop h3. So he moved that bishop and he now threatens to take. But now it's white's turn and white can somehow get a pawn and maybe do something special about this game. Let's go with the next one. Sarana against Muradli. Sarana is slowly but surely creating even more of this pressure in the game. 2-4, 6-7, 2-4, 6-7. He's enjoying a little bit more space. It's his turn. I'm just wondering, he can't take on g6. I mean, he can, but I don't see anything. Wait a sec. If he takes on g6, no, he played rook e2. I was about to say on rook takes g6, rook f5 was working, even bishop. Yeah. So let me just say this one. Rook e2, he defends this rook. So this way, he's just defending everything. And he prepares for e takes f5, in which case queen on e5 would be just weak, and I believe it would be trapped in the middle of the board. So that's how he wants to, and that's why he played rook e2. I like this patient rook e2 move. And that's the difference between top guys and some weaker players. They show great patience, and actually the beauty it's in its simplicity. So they just go with, this guy just goes with such a calm move, rook e2. It's not hanging anymore on e1. He now keeps on creating pressure. So I like Sarana's position, and here he's certainly doing better. Pultinevicius, Shevchenko, we spoke about this game. They drew the game. Nair against Boruchovsky, its current position. Nair is definitely doing better. Strong player from Russia. I also believe that at some point he was one of those guys who was top European player here. So he once was playing this European Championship. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe he was also one of those European champions. So bishop h6 by black. He just wants to avoid some, or to remove the knight from d2, in which case he can just breathe easier. But definitely Nair is doing better in this game. He's down a pawn, but he can always get a pawn back on a3. He can always go after two broken pawns on a6 and c5, and that makes his position being so, I'd say, practically better. Cheparinov against Stochek. I spoke about Cheparinov's style. I spoke about his games. He's always very, I would say, fun, pleasant, and joyful to watch, because take a look at the king on c5. He just put it in a walk, and I am absolutely sure Cheparinov is gonna, he won't have so many troubles to win this one. So this is winning for him. Let's go on to Kulouts against Etienne Bacro. Kulouts sacrificed a pawn, and this position looks, let me just see, 2, 4, 6, 7, 5. Bacro is up 2 pawns. He's got 7 pawns. On the other hand, Kulouts only 5. But Bacro has problems with castle. Also, he's got problems with, of course, subsequently with the king on e8. And d4 pawn is even helping white in terms of doing some rook lifting and possibly going with something else. Here, castle is not possible. g6 would just weaken the dark squares. Once again, greetings for our football striker Jovelic, playing for LA Galaxy. Ciao, champione. So after like knight d6 here, white is just trying to break into the center, and he's just trying to come up with some sort of initiative. So he goes with knight d6, gives this king check. It's in the middle of the board. I would say that white has a full compensation for given 2 pawns. And if I had to choose a side, I would definitely, because I like to attack and I like these crazy positions, I would definitely choose white. But okay, it's just my personal feeling. I don't have to be right here. Then we go with Grandilius against Yilmazerli. Grandilius is up a piece, although Yilmazerli has this pawn on b2. He can play rook e1, rook a1, sorry. And if he goes with a rook a1, he's going to have a threat of exchanging those rooks and promoting to the queen. Last move by Grandilius is bishop e3. So what am I missing? Am I missing something? If rook a1, bishop d5, rook d5, rook e8, king g7, rook e7, and then I believe he's on one step close to find the perpetual check, and there might be even some tactics for white there. So I was talking about this one. You can play rook a1, even though it looks like so logical because of, wait a sec, you can play, because bishop d5 doesn't seem to be working. Doesn't seem to be working because of rook f1, king f1, and promoting the queen, right? So black should be completely winning in this one. So wait a sec, what should be the move? Grandelius is in serious practical problems in this game. So bishop a3. And how is he going to answer move like rook a1? That's very interesting here. How would he play this one? So he just threatens to promote. He just threatens to exchange the rooks and win the game this way. So only move that I see is rook to b6. I see nothing else and nothing better than that. Am I missing something here? Rook f1, rook f1. I don't know. Looks difficult for Grandelius. This, even though maybe rook a1 is not, in that case, the best move because of rook b6. So can he go with something else there? Can he go with possibly a rook e8? No, then d5 is hanging. I don't know. It's not looking in that case that bad. But for some reason, this pawn on b2 feels like a big problem for white. For sure, that has to be one of the problems there. Okay, let's go with Alcina against Santos. Santos Latassa, it's his turn. I believe this is completely... I believe this is winning for black. He should be going with the bishop d3, kicking away the king from coming to e2, because king wants to come to e2 and to get closer to the pawn, or just bishop h5, exactly. So it's winning, yeah. And he just won the game. Nice, nice, and a nice win by Latassa. Dominic Horvat, he was already after like an hour in a way worse position, but he's defending hard this game, and he does it in a well fashion. Knight on c4 is dominating. Knight on d7 is, it just has a passive role. Also, there is a possible break with g5 on the king's side. So white has great practical chances here to push for a win. Rasulovincic was drawn a long time ago. Nija Tabasso won in a very interesting game against Sabino Brunello in only 20 moves. We gotta check this game because it's one of the games of the day. You know that I discussed this game in the beginning of this broadcast. So it's red the opening, knight d5, queen b3, and after queen b6, I just mentioned that on bishop e4, he set first trick to his opponent. I would just once again like to remind you of the fact that the bishop h1 doesn't work due to rook takes a7. Okay, so after like rook a7, black cannot take because of c7, and then you're threatening knight and to promote on c8. That's why in the game was knight c6, f3 kicking the bishop away, and after knight d4 threatens knight c2, rook a4 threatening both, knight on d4, and he just threatens the bishop on e4 as well. So the guy went for bishop takes b1, rook takes d4, and here we stopped broadcasting this game and analyzing it. He went for the knight d3, e5, and rook c4. Sabino Brunello decided to go with bishop d6 in order to stop penetration of the rook on the 7th rank. Knight c5, b5, brought a rook back to c3, knight e7, and played e4. He now threatened to take on b5. Black went with a b4, played rook c4, rook b8, and played d4, opening up the game for his pieces. Played bishop f4, he exchanged that, but look at this. Bishop on b1 is looking absolutely lost. So he just, after bishop f4, g takes f4, didn't find a way to save the bishop and resigned the game. This is one of the shortest games so far in the whole competition, and imagine it's between two strong GMs, 26-25 and 25-12. Nice win by Nijat Abbasov. Beardson Thomas against Vladislav Kovalev. Kovalev, at first glance, at first I wanted to say he looked a lot better, then I wanted to say he looked a lot worse because of these rooks on the 7th rank. Now, it really takes some time to assess this position, because after he played rook g5, he just threatens to take on b5, and after knight g6, king g8, there is no way for white to defend that checkmate. So it's white's turn. White just has to find something to do here, and you know what? Maybe an interesting possibility could be knight f5, because if you play knight f5, they cannot take rook f5 because check and then perpetual check by white. Okay. So this is a good thing. Also, if after knight f5, I'm just wondering, can black play something like h5 to save this? But in that case, g4, it's becoming dangerous it's really becoming dangerous for. So this is very interesting. So maybe knight f5 is just enough here for white to look for a draw. Okay. By the way, I would like to remind you, if I make some mistakes during this analysis, guys, what can I tell you? My approach with the analysis in these games is to do it without the engines. So I'm just trying to once again implement that human kind of a thing, not doing all the time on the engines, and just, you know, like doing this stuff without engines and saying, let's go. And if they can play their games without engines, we also have to analyze it without it. He went for f4. And after f4 would be very interesting to see what's going to happen if rook takes b5 here. So this is an interesting moment. But you know what? We won't guess his moves because he's running out of time. It's a 29th move. He's in severe time trouble. Okay. So let's just see. Somebody says f4, and it's black's turn. Somebody said, may I ask what happened on the table 1 exactly, because Wahab gives his queen for free. We're going to check that game. Don't worry about that. It could be that sometimes there are mistakes in the DGT transmissions. So we're going to see what's happening with that game. Let's just see this one, because after f4, he just played rook to g7. So he plays rook to g7. Okay. Rook to g7. And since there is lots of time to waste on this possibility, it's Sanal against Korobov. So Korobov, this is 100% mistake in transmission. So we've been analyzing this game with Sholak. We had it here, rook a1, rook c2, f5, rook takes b2, and f6, knight f6, rook e1. So this must, probably this is mistake. Probably this is mistake. And there are some problems in transmissions, but we can see that here in broadcasting. So it's completely wrong position, I guess, and we don't know what's happening in this one. Ponomariov, let's once again get back to that game. Cadrich is defending this position successfully. You heard Cholak Ponomariov likes this type of like slow games where he just grinds down his opponents. Definitely he's the one who's got slightly better chances here to push, but Cadrich is in full control of the game. Nasuta drew his game against Nuguan. It was a theoretical draw. They just played 20 moves and agreed on a draw. Safarli forced White King into a walk, and it's completely winning for Safarli against Kacharava. So this is a matter of time when is he gonna win this one. So he's also up 2 pawns. He has even Queen C3, Queen D3, an easy one. Kouroukolos against Master Vasilis, they drew the game, and it was a Greek derby, so it was a nice draw. Sargissian expected he won against Gorstein, and he just shows how strong he is when it comes to those type of equal type of games where he is just in full control of the games. Then we have Volodar Morzin, who's pushing more and more against Meliksetian. Although the queens are off, so yes, his king is a little bit better. He's got a passed pawn, but there is also one great thing for black here in terms of saving the game. This is a rook endgame, and in rook endgames you probably have the highest chances of saving the game. So definitely black is the one who's trying to save this. And if there is a chance for black, it should be in the rook endgame. So whenever you're playing your games, highest percentage of your chances and biggest percentage of your chances should be in the pure rook endgame. Anton against Parlegras, it's drawn. It's looking more and more drawish, so I have no doubts that this is going to be draw. Navara drew his game. Pratke played bishop f5, and after he played bishop f5, he just opted to go in this game, so this is quite interesting. So if knight f5, g takes f5, knight d7, he's just gonna take on c6 and look for some practical chances with his rook being on the second rank. That's a very interesting thing. Okay. The next one is Gelfand Kobori. We checked this position and we agree that white is a little bit better. Even Saric is down a pawn, and probably his biggest problem from practical point of view is the fact that the king is coming very fast and easy to the center, but obviously the pawn on d4 cannot be taken with bishop c6, b takes c6, rook d4 because of c7. So this is going to be difficult for him to save, but he definitely keeps some chances of saving this one. Also, the fact that these are not obstacle bishops also pleases white. So then we have Sarana against Muradli. He played that rook to e2, king f7, that happened in the game, rook f4, king e7, doubling these rooks, playing rook f3 and playing h4, bishop c2. Sarana looks a little bit better, but I don't see how is he going to make much of improvement in this position. Yet we all know that the queen is the worst blocking piece. I don't see how is he going to kick away from e5, so I believe that black has good practical chances of saving this one. Pultinevicius drew against Shevchenko. Nair has better position, but if you ask me, Boruchovsky's game looks a lot better than it looked like half an hour ago, because he brought a knight to ideal blocking square on d6, and whenever your opponent has passed pawn, just bring the knight and block it. Here, knight on d6 is doing good, yet a6 pawn is about to fall, so Nair is better. Nair is better, but at least I'm seeing in comparison to position that it was like half an hour ago, it looks a little bit better for black than that. Okay, then we have Chaparinov Stochek. Cheparinov is making some nice moves there and mating the king. I guess he can even promote take on e8 and promote the queen. So this is a matter of time. When is he going to win this game? Etienne Bacro is when the dust has settled, like he's Bacro is up a pawn, and now he's got really practically better chances in this type of the game. So this is like very, very big possibility for Bacro. Not only because at some point it didn't look like that. It looked like White was the one who had like a very nice compensation and initiative, but now it's okay for Black. Okay. Then we have this game of Grandelius. His opponent played Rook F8. So his opponent played Rook F8, and after like Rook F8, he just wants to move this rook in order to promote the B pawn. So that's the thing. Then you have like Alcina lost to Santos, Latasa, Gladura is now completely winning against Dominic Horvat. How did he break there? We spoke about G5, we spoke about he was like so much better. Yes, he played G5, we spoke about that, and then he connected these pawns and now he's completely winning. Rasulovinjic was drawn. Abbasov made the miniature in 20 moves against Brunello. Beards and Kovalev looks still double-edged. Objectively speaking, it should be drawn, but still looks like with the chances on both sides if someone goes wrong. Rasmus Svane Guinness. Rasmus played that Caracan that we spoke in the beginning. So once again, it was Tal's variation against the Caracan. Currently, the most topic thing against the Caracan. Played Bishop D3 and played B4, also a move I spoke previously about. After that, knight e2, e6, rook b1, queen e7, c4, knight h6, knight e2, knight g3, and this guy decided to capture on g3. After queen g3, queen c7, castle, knight d7, took on d5 and played bishop a3. By removing the bishop on a3, he opened up the c1 square for the rook to come from f1 to c1. After like bishop e3, queen a3, now queen is doing a great job here. The thing is, they can't go with short castle, and you just want to go with rook f to c1. So after like knight b8, trying to solidify his game, rook f c1, knight c6, Svane played knight f3, f6, decided to play rook to c3, okay, trying to double these pawns on the b file, king f7, queen c1. What a nice maneuvering idea. Look at this one. I very much like this one. So here he played rook to c3, and after rook to c3 brought the queen back behind the rook. We all know that probably the biggest impact on the game could have like the heavy pieces lining up on the same file when the queen is behind the rook. So after rook e8, rook to b3, weakening b7, rook b8, rook b2 now wants to go and to do the same with the rook on c2, went with the queen h6, played tactics, included this rook into the attack, and now he's just completely winning. Fantastic game by, even from theoretical point of view, and then he just went with this very nice attack. I really like a lot this game, and from theoretical point of view, this really, really looks nice. He's down a piece, but black absolutely has no ways of saving the pawn on e6 or just covering and defending this king on e8. This is very nice. I like it a lot, and probably only knight d8, but if knight d8, in the worst case scenario, black can take on d5 and carry on slowly and surely to pressure his game. He also has a possibility to go with something like queen g6, queen f6, rook f6, even in those positions. So this is looking nice. But I would say this is completely winning. Knight d4. Knight d4. If knight d4, then queen g6. Queen g6 check, and when the king goes on the dark square, queen f6 and picking the knight and mating the king somehow. So I only see queen g6 as a possibility. This guy just blitzed this move. Okay. So after like knight d4, he threatens both of these rooks, rook on f3 and rook on e2. Yes, queen g6 is the only move. It's kind of obvious. He can't play king d7 because of rook f7 check. Probably queen d8, but this is lost. This is completely lost. Fantastic game by Swane once again, and he just shows what's the most critical line and variation against Caro-Kann, because he plays Caro-Kann himself. So queen g6, after king d8, queen f6. Let's just see, it's black's turn. We're just watching their time trouble. So king d8, queen f6. Now he has to go with the king on d7 if he doesn't want to lose the rook on h8. So probably on king d7, he can even include some. He probably should be going with queen takes d4, threatening rook f7, and after rook f8, queen g7. Yes, and that wins for white. So that is just completely winning for white. So king d7, queen takes d4, and that's what I predict to happen in this game. He includes first rook g7, okay. In case of king c6, rook c3, what if king d6? If king d6, how would he play that? If king d6, then first queen e5, and then doing stuff like that. So we expect by black to resign this game every moment. Some very nice, precise moves by white. Okay. Yes. Queen g7, he's running out of time. Don't forget, the time control sorry, in this tournament is 90 minutes for first 40 moves and 30 minutes till the end of the game. After each move, they get like 30 seconds as increment. So seconds, and that's why you keep getting like 30 seconds addition on every single move by this guy. Queen e5 here wins as far as I see. But queen e5, king e7, right? No, queen e5, king e7, queen is hanging on c7. So queen e5 should be winning, and I believe that should be the most precise way of continuing with initiative. Queen e5, nice one. If king c6, rook c3. If king d7, rook f7. Simply fantastic way of conducting the attack, and black resigned the game. Very, very nice one. Very nice one. Congratulations to Swane for winning this game. Tersahayan against Fernandez. He's up a pawn, but still white has like relatively good chances on defending this one. Varmerdam against Kukmazov. Kukmazov is performing well here. Varmerdam is doing some sort of attack on the king side, but the pawn on c3 looks kind of dangerous, so double-edged type of the game. Jan Subel against Bernatsky looks pretty much drawish. Darda against Alexander Kovacevic looks also okay. It looks a little bit better for white, but it looks defendable from black's point of view. Okay, white is slightly better for sure. This looks like a little bit better for Can Emre, because He's in possession of the bishop pair and the game is open. Blockberger against Yargus Peshak. Peshak is gonna win this, even though position after the opening looked absolutely drawish. Okay. Then we have Garibian against Brkicante. Ante won another nice game. You remember that we've been analyzing this one and he was already doing great. Samonenkov against Asadli is drawn. Gokirkan against Paravian looks absolutely drawish. Maybe Paravian has a little bit better chances thanks to the activity, but it's normal. Moroni Sadikov is drawn. Kuparadze beat Kobalia, and it's one of those rare wins against Berlin defense and the way he played that game, and this guy keeps on doing great in this tournament and keeps beating up favorites according to their rating. Miloš Stankovic lost to Frederik Svane after he played an amazing game yesterday. Today he lost playing black, so his Rouser surprise didn't take full effect. Marius From drew to Goryachkin. Leon Livaic, he was doing and performing well and he managed to win. Ibadov Dragnevich drawn. Azarov is winning against this guy. He's up an exchange and he's got these two connected pawns. This is completely winning. Sekeresh drew against Gumulars. We also spoke about this game, but that's quite a good result for him. And Jules Moussard already beat Matthew Wadsworth, while Asipenko is fighting hard against Talmak, but he's winning because he's up a pawn and his rook is already in the second rank. He looks a lot better. Let's get back to starting games because there is some very nice things ongoing here. Okay, so the thing is, white is down a pawn. You heard Dragan Sholak, who said that Korobov is one of the toughest opponents he's faced so far, extremely talented and creative to play against. So he's up a pawn, he's got these two connected pawns, and Sanal Wahab has to find to be very resourceful and find some sort of defense here, but this is going to be difficult. I believe this should be winning for black. So for all of you who ask me to go on the first board and check for this game, I don't see good ways for black to save this one. Sorry, for white. We'll get back to this game. Cadrich, he's now suffering a little bit more than it was the case previously. Material is still equal, but somehow the fact that white has pawn majority on the queen side, control of the open file, favors white a little bit here. That's obvious. This was drawn. Safarli is dead winning, and this guy is about to get mated. These Greek guys drew their game. Sargissian won. Maritrosian, he's once again a step closer to save this game, just because it's a Rakan game, and according to Botvinnik rule, all these Rakan games where you're down a pawn, you can save them. He's not down a pawn, but he certainly is about to lose the pawn after rook e7, rook takes a7. Then let's go with Anton Gihara Parlegras. It's going to be draw. Adam Kozak Navara, it's drawn. Pratke is suffering definitely in this endgame, but just like I told you, he's one of those tough nuts to crack, and he's really good in defending worse positions. It's Suleimanli's move, so this is a time trouble, and we can follow this tight knot. Okay, So let's just carry on with this. So just like you know, I'm performing this analysis without tangents. That's first thing. Second thing, I try to cover as many games as possible. Here and today I just analyzed the top 40 boards. You have like 90 boards in live transmission, but I believe getting like 40 boards and following them you know, like carefully is pretty good thing. Here he played king f8. He threatens to take on b3. White cannot defend it with rook b1 because that would just lead to serious problems after rook takes b3. So let's just see what is white going to do in this position and how is he going to play. Rook to d3 doesn't work. Maybe some b4, a takes, and a5. But in that case, you see how Pratke finds all these practical things to somehow mess the game up. So maybe really b4, a takes, a5, b3, and in that case, I see that the position becomes very unclear and that the black is getting some nice counter-attacking chances. It's not even easy to play now, or let's just say to find a move with white. We all know that white is like much better here, but what to do? Maybe somehow repositioning his pieces. You know what? Maybe knight c3, rook b3, knight b5, but in that case he just get that pawn on b3. Afterwards pawn on a4 could become weak and it becomes more and more dangerous for white. Knight on e3, black is most likely gonna oppose with either g6 or even f4, but even rook to b3 could be working. So he went with the g4. Very, very interesting move. So he opens up the king, This is a nice one. I like it. I like it because he solves the problem of the weak back rank and wants to take on f5. This is very interesting move. From a practical point of view, in neutral time trouble, this could be very surprising and psychologically can have like a big impact on your opponent. So let's just see, g4. And after rook g4, okay. g4, f takes g4. In that case, he can just go with a rook d3, for example, and then rook d3 is just defending everything. g4 is a great practical move. I like it a lot. And I believe when Pratke played king f8, he absolutely didn't count on a move such as g4. It's so nice. It's so nice, and you see, those are these practical moments in the games when you do them and when you kind of shock your opponent, because he was counting on something like, so he played rook takes b3, g takes f5, and somehow now white looks, it's okay, it is better, but black is also should black go, and can he go with some sort of rook c4? Because knight b6 doesn't work due to rook takes d4 and rook takes b6. And on rook c4, he just wants to take the pawn on a4, which would give him great practical chances to make draw here. Yes, he played rook c4. And now I'm just wondering what's going to happen with after rook c4, he wants to take on a4. Knight b6 doesn't work here because the rook takes d4. So what is white supposed to do? Maybe some sort of like, bishop goes back to e3. Bishop goes back to e3, rook takes a4, knight b6. Threatens the rook and threatens the pawn on d6. That could be interesting for white. Bishop e3, rook takes a4, and knight b6. That could be an interesting attempt. Also, bishop to e3 gives you some f6 ideas. So we're just waiting to see what is he going to do now. This is relatively interesting. Maybe I'm just exaggerating with that possibility with the bishop e3, but somehow I like it. Yeah, he did it. Rook takes a4 is going to be the move for sure. He did the bishop. But you know what? If bishop e3, rook takes a4, knight b6, he's going to have rook g4 check and start pushing the pawn, and then he's in full counter attack. So here, rook has to take on a4. I mean, what is he going to do if he doesn't take that pawn? That's his only chance. So it's mutual, yes, rook takes a4. And now I'm just wondering, will he play knight b6 or he will be able to find something else? Even rook c1 is worth of considering here. Look at the move rook c1. So not knight b6, rook c1, threatening rook c8, checkmate. Rook c1 looks interesting. So I like rook c1, threatening checkmate on c8, and forcing black to deactivate his rook on b3 by playing rook b8. And then you can be going with, he plays bishop f4. Okay. Does Pratke have some practical chances after rook takes f4 or not? I guess not. Rook takes f4, knight takes f4. No, he doesn't have their chances, so it doesn't work. I don't know. What is he going to go for here? Looks from practical point of view definitely very difficult to defend. King e8, bishop, but no, king e8 doesn't work. Bishop d6, king d7, knight b6 check. He has to find something calm here and solidifying in order to reposition his pieces and solidify his defense chances pretty much. So just like you know, guys, we're now going with the analysis of these games and trying to finish all these severe time troubles and exciting games. And right after that, I'm gonna get one more coffee and refreshment before we go to the final chapter of the analysis and before we go into the endgame part. So bishop takes d6, king g8. It's reasonable to go with this. He played king g8, and now it's his turn. Somehow he maybe won those pawns, but what to do now? He shouldn't be going after the f5 pawn because there is always knight e7 check. Rook g4, king f1. I guess he decided to push the pawn and to play a4. So, okay, they are just done and they just finished the time trouble. Pratke has to make the last move in the time trouble. Will he push his pawn to a4? That's a question. Because he also needs to create his own threats in this position and probably by supporting and pushing that pawn up to a4, he's going to create enough counter chances in this endgame. He did it, and the time trouble has just ended. So Pratke is certainly worse in this type of an endgame, but this is exactly what I like about his chess. Somehow he's so resourceful when it comes to his defensive, like parts in the game, and he really know how to defend these worst positions. This is very nice. He's really good in practical chess. Okay, all things considered, this is with better chances for white. Let's get back to the top board. Sanal against Korobov. Oh, his king is now weak. His king is now weak. Last move by Korobov is rook c6. He threatens to come with this rook all the way to c2. And if he comes to c2, he's going to be threatening rook b1 checkmate. This is dangerous. This is dangerous, and this looks like completely winning. On the contrary, he can't go with this check because the king is going to go king g5. Oops. The king is going to go like king g5 and save itself coming here and penetrating. He can't go with this check because the king is going to go here and save itself with the f7 and via e6. So this is a loss for Sanal. Okay, next game. Then is Cadrich, Ponomariov. Cadrich is fighting hard. Ponomariov has activity. It's better for white, but I still believe it could be defendable type of the position by black. They're out of time trouble as well. Nuguan drew that game. Kacharava lost to Safarli. Greek derby was drawn. Sargissian won. It's very interesting to look at this endgame. Morzin Volodar is up a pawn. He's got a rook on the 7th rank and possibility to create a passer on the queen side, which gives him reasonably well winning chances and practical chances to win this one. So this is good. Let's go with Anton Giharo. Parlegras is drawn finally. Navara draw. Pratke a little bit better for Suleimanli. Gelfand, it's his type of position. It's his type of chess. Extremely solid and with lots of maneuvering, so white is better. Saric is still stubbornly defending this position, and he's got reasonably well chances to save this one. Sarana won. Sarana won. So let's find out how did he win this game, because it looked like he was doing better, but I just said that I didn't see a way how is he going to penetrate. So he captured, played rook f7, played queen f4, offering an endgame and removing that queen. Sacrificed an exchange. Aha, this is what his opponent missed. And queen f7, threatening mate. So after this, he came up with this check, queen a8, came up with rook g2, check, and this guy resigned because he couldn't stop mate. Wow, what a nice win by Sarana. Somehow he's so good, and somehow he's capable of finding some very difficult moves in seemingly even positions. Okay, Pultinevicius, Shevchenko is drawn. Boruchovsky is fighting hard, but he's still worse. Nair is pushing really hard in this game. Cheparinov finally won in a beautiful game. I guess this guy can't stop queen takes d3 with checkmate. Look at this one. If whatever you do, for example, like this, this is checkmate. What a nice mating picture. Etienne Bacroix is doing now better. I told you about that. As soon as he solved his problems with the tactics and with unsafe king, now black is a lot better. Grandilius against Yilmaz Erli is drawn. Even though Grandilius was in serious problems, Latassa won, Gledura won, Injic drew, this guy won, Kovalev drew. Great game by Svane. Daniel Fernandez against Tersahayan. Now it looks absolutely fine for white. I don't see why would it be better for him. I mean, for black. Varmerdam is now a lot worse. He's suffering because he's trying hard to open the king on h7, but Russian guy is just defending this position really well. Black is practically a lot better. Pernatsky drew. Alexander Kovacevic is 2-4-6, 2-4-5. He's worse in terms of better activity of white pieces, but I don't see anything that concrete for white. Emre Can against Gorazdetsky. White is a little bit better thanks to the bishop pair, but it's defendable. Yergos Peshek is winning. Ante Brkic won. Samunenkov and drew that game. Paravian found the great practical chances. Sorry, not Paravian. Actually, he found the great practical chances to push for a win, but now white is the one who's saving this one and who has to find perpetual check with the queen. And objectively, most likely it's going to be drawn. Moroni Sadikovic drawn. Kuparadze won. Svane Frederick as well. Goryachkin drew. Leon Livaic won. Nicely played game. Ibadov Dragnev was drawn. And Azarov beat Ohanian. And this guy Sekeresh against Gumularis. You know what? I'm just going to check some of these results before we make a break. Let me just see the results there. So we're going to check the results after the 40th board. First 40 first boards. And Jules Mussar won. Esipenko is winning. Ivanchuk once again drew. Donchenko against Badelka is still playing. Rahmana won. Manuel Petrosian won. Vokatura won. Shant Sargissian won. Kuzubov won. Iskandarov beat Kalezic. Havhanisian drew. Grigorians is still playing. Lupulescu is winning against Antic. Lobanov as well. Teklov beat Radovanovic. Rudmakarian won against David Cherv. So Dvirny beat Pasher. Guliev beat Kanov. Yannick won and Gavrilescu won. Tadic, young, strong kid from Serbia, drew against best Montenegro player Djukic. Halkias Arsovic, Halkias won. Luka Draškovic drew against Pasti. So basically we've checked all these games. Milosevic drew against Parkov. Babazada won. And so many other games to check, but basically we've almost checked like 90 games and 90 results. One last thing before we go on to the break. Sanal against Korobov. He's taking his time. His last move in the game was rook e7. This is current position. King is definitely escaping, and this is a matter of time when is he going to resign in this game. Okay, guys, we'll get back after the last pause, and afterwards we're just going to check like the last games and the most interesting end games of the left games. See you a little bit later. Jel me čuješ? Malo če sam se nakašljao i na uvod je... Stvarno? A, dobro si mi rekao to. Znači neću to da... Nema, gotovo, rekao si mi i to je to. To sam vjerovatno radio nekako slučajno. Ajmo. Može. Welcome back, guys. Third part of the broadcasting today. In the meantime, Sanal, or Shanal, as we're taught by Dragan Šolak, lost to Korobov. Korobov is one of the only guys with all wins after 4 rounds. By the way, I'm going to tell you more of these results a little bit later. Here we're just checking the game between Ponomariov and Cadrich. Ponomariov is hardly pressuring Cadrich, and it's looking like he's gonna win this one. By the way, just like you see, he now threatens very nasty. Knight takes, knight a6 check, king goes d6, rook takes c6, king c6, knight b8, taking on d7, taking on d4, and winning this pawn endgame somehow. At least I think it should be a nice tactical thing to go with. So just like I told you previously, there are some results in this round on the top boards, of course. So Shanal lost to Korobov. Actually, Korobov is one of the only guys who has all 4 wins. Safarli won with playing black against Kacharava, and those are only 2 guys with all wins. And currently we're just watching the 3rd guy, Ponomariov against Cadrich. Ponomariov against Cadrich. Ponomariov with a great chance to win this game, although position didn't look like that. Position looked more like Cadrich had a great chance in the middle game to equalize, and just like Dragan Šolak stated, he probably had to find a few more moves, and the draw was so close. But looks like he didn't. Now he's he's suffering and trying to find some kind of salvation here. So we'll see what's going to happen there. Sargissian won, Sarana won, Cheparinov won, Santos Latasa won, Gledura won, Abbasov Nijet won, Rasmus Svane won, Ante Brkic won, Kuparadze, Svane Frederick, Leon Livajic, and Sergei Azarov. Those are all the guys with 2.5 points who won. There are a few more games ongoing, so we'll see what's going to happen in those games. Here we're just following the game between Ponomariov and Denis Cadrich. Decisive game for the standings, because Korobov and Safarli, those are the only guys with all the wins. Here, will Ponomariov or Cadrich join there? Looks like Ponomariov is so close to join that group. Let's just go to some other games that are ongoing. So here we're just having this game of Morzin beat Maritrosian. That's a very big win. Young and talented Russian player beat the Armenian, one of the highest rated guys in the competition. His rating is 2686. So young Morzin made a great result in today's game. Pratke, in the meantime, drew his game against Suleimanli. What a great defense. Here, Gelfand was pushing so hard, and he's now completely winning against Kobo Ori. It's a very, I told you, it's exactly his type of position. Also, his experience and big knowledge and patience and strategic style. everything it was on Gelfand's, you know, like it was part of his advantage there in comparison to the other guy, and turns out it could be one of critical things there. So we're just continuing with this live coverage, and let's see what's happening there. Korobov played King F8. He's slowly but surely running out of time. Okay, so King F8 trying to escape. Gelfand is down a pawn, but somehow take a look at the pieces of black. Somehow these two rooks on b5 and a2, they're just not doing anything instead of somehow defending king's position, and Gelfand is the first one who can easily somehow go and penetrate into the black's camp. So this is the thing. Let's just see what is he gonna go for. Queen h6 looks logical. Also having one of those rooks on the g file looks also good. That's the thing. So this is what we have to see and what's gonna happen there. Okay, so we're just keep waiting on his move in this position. I told you about the standings. This is like really nice. So I gave you all these guys who with 2.5 points won their games today. Maybe in the group of these players, and actually to the group of these players, it will be joined by most likely Gelfand. He looks to and seems to be completely winning here. So this is like really, really nice. Okay, let's go and move to the game between Ponomariov and Cadrich. Ponomariov for the first time can think about, no, he cannot still think about winning the pawn and material, although he can go with a rook on h8, going after the h6 pawn. Afterwards, d4 is fallen. He can go with a rook on a8 and go after the pawn on a4. So this is hardly defendable position by Cadrich here. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't find those few slight equalish type of moves in that middle game to just easily equalize the game, and now he's got some problems there to save it. But okay, let's just see what's gonna happen in this game. We'll be patient. I just keep going through all these games so you can see the results. Gelfand played knight to d6. Oh, yeah, even better, knight to d6, penetrating into the black's position, threatening that rook. But it's not about threatening the rook. It always could be a possibility to take it, but maybe it's much more important to go rook g2 and queen h6 in that case, followed by rook g7. So I believe after he made the last move that black is practically without good defensive chances. Do you know what am I looking here at? Rook b2? No, it doesn't work because of queen h6 and rook takes b2. Otherwise, rook b2, queen b2, I was thinking about knight f4, but it still doesn't work because of king g3. So nothing seems to be helping to black here. So knight e6 is just winning for Gelfand. Let's go to next games. Let's go to the next game. Sichev against Saric. Saric was defending so difficult his position, and he's so close to make a draw. Fantastic pawn formation for him. All these pawns are in the dark squares against the light square bishop, so a light square bishop cannot attack it, and it's drawn. It's drawn. Fantastic defense by Saric in position that was pretty difficult. So he managed to save it. So all compliments for his game there. Sarana won. Kirill Shevchenko drew. Boruchovsky saved worse position most of the game against Nair. Very strong result for him. Cheparinov made a great game. Etienne Bacron managed to turn the game, I can say turn the game upside down, but he basically defended himself well, and Kulouts couldn't claim his compensation. Grandilius saved the game, which is interesting. Gledura broke there and won the game. Injic drew. Basov Nijat won. Beardsen drew against Kovalev. Swane made a beautiful win against Karakan, and this is the game between Fernandez and Tersahayan. So what's happening here? It's white to move. So let's just see what's happening in this position after f takes e4. He's like 2 pawns up, but objectively king is way more active. I'm talking about the king on f2 than the king on d8. So probably objectively speaking, it's around equal, because that pawn on h7 turns out to be so dangerous. Okay. For some reason, pieces are not moving on this board. Varmerdam against Kukmazov. So what's the material balance? Kukmazov is materially wise, position looks equal, but definitely queen on f6, bishop on d4, and knight on c5 gives enough reason to say that the black is still doing better in this position, even though most of the time he was almost, even in some moments, maybe completely winning. Position looks difficult for white, but white always has these bishops, and if the game gets open, he can always counterattack black there. Although black is the one who's pushing for a win here, that's obvious. So maybe some... I'm just checking, can he go with some... I don't know what is he gonna go for, but... Queen e5 doesn't seem to be working. Maybe some bishop e5, maybe... Keeping the bishop there is okay, maybe including somehow knight on the king side, playing some knight e6, knight g5. I don't know, but looks defendable for white. Subel drew against Bernatsky. Alexander Kovacevic, after making fantastic win against Wojtaszek, he's in worse position against Darda. And Darda is creating lots of pressure. He threatens a5, b takes b6. He also threatens to penetrate with some queen b8. Keeping the queen on f4 does a pretty good job as well. So this is difficult for Kovacevic. Kan Emre Gorodetsky, Emre Can is doing better with this bishop here, but just like I previously said, he has reasonably well chances, I'm speaking from black's perspective, to save this one, or let's just say to hold. Yergus Peshek is winning, looks like completely winning position. For example, rook g6, and he resigns. No, I apologize, not rook g6. Maybe rook g1, bishop d6, rook g1, bishop d6, rook a1, and winning the pawn on a5. That should be enough to win this. Brkic won, Samonenkov drew, Gokirkan against Paravian. It's getting closer and closer to draw. He just has to keep on doing these perpetual checks to make a draw. Moroni drew against this guy. Kuparadze won. Frederick Rasmus as well. So let's go like this, because we've seen all these results. There is only one game that is ongoing on top 10 boards. It's Ponomariov. He's winning. Gelfand in another 10 boards is winning against Korobov. And let's just go with these games down there, but just like you see, all these games are just done. Sichev. So Grigorians is having some sort of pressure in this position. Will he be able to break on the black's defense? I don't see how. At first glance, it looks very difficult to break on the black's position here. So it's difficult. Then what else do we have in those positions? We have Kraus against Hnudiuk. So look at this one. This is very interesting. His rook looks terribly placed, but he always has a possibility. Looks like he has to move the king and to go with the king after the pawn on a6. Winning the pawn on a6, he should be able to win this. He first defended that pawn on g5. He now wants to go, when the white moves somewhere, to go king c6, king e6, king b6, king e5, king a6, king d4, but no, he can't play like that. So this is pretty interesting endgame, because bishop just locked the rook on b2. So white has to find a way to move to win this one. But do you know what else also exists as a possibility? To go with e6, for example, king d7, e6, king e7, king e5. You gotta go king somewhere, king e8, king d6, king d8, e7, king e8, and then king e6. So when the guy plays bishop f5, king f6, this is winning. This is completely winning, because he can penetrate all over the board on the king side, queen side, and this is dead lost for this guy. What else do we have there? Zanan drew against Damjanovic. Milosevic drew against Parhov. Babazada won against Shved. Milan Novkovic. Okay, Austrian player we spoke today, and let me just see this one. So Milan Novkovic is down a pawn, and he's having problems. This guy is having a passed pawn, better bishop than knight, possibly weak king, so white seems to be better in this position. Brandon Clark drew his game. Bryakin, what an interesting endgame against Atakishiev. This is drawn, and this shouldn't be a big problem. Probably rook should be going on a2 and making draw like that. Janzel drew against Petrovic Alexa in another Turkish derby on the Firat Burak is playing against Eren Ataberk. This guy is up a piece, but Burak has so many pawns, so it should be like drawn. And we've just seen all these games, so basically there is no reason to show you more than this. Let's get back to the top games and to see what's happening on the second board. Ponomariov is just grinding down Cadrich. He's trying. I apologize. So 6 against 6. Cadrich is defending well this game. He's trying so hard. At the moment he threatens, he's defending from rook c. I don't know, he's just defending 6th rank. Ponomariov played f5. king takes b5. So let's just see what happened there. So Cadrich played rook to d6. Ponomariov played f5, fixing the weakness on f6. And after b5, captured, and king takes b5. Cadrich is really trying hard to defend this game, and all compliments for that. From another point of view, this still doesn't mean that this is not winning, because so many weaknesses in Black's camp: pawn on h6, a weak pawn on f6, passive knight on e7, pawn on d4 is a passed pawn, but it's blocked by both knight and the king, so this is relatively bad. So let's just go with, that's the way it is in this position. What can Ponomariov do in this game? If he goes after the pawn on h6, basically he's not going to do anything, because even if you win the pawn on h6, you won't be able to benefit from taking that pawn on h6. So you just have to go either for the pawn on d4 or pawn on a4. I believe he has to improve position of his knight, but first he has to see something like rook b8 check, removing the king from b5 and defending that, then maybe coming knight c2 and threatening on d4, or going with some sort of, he can also, so for example, rook b8, king c5, rook a8, king b5, and then some move or something like, but why shouldn't he? I'm just thinking, okay, taking the pawn at h6 brings him nothing, but why shouldn't he take it at some point? Because knight on b4 is restricting the knight on e7 pretty successfully, and he can always take it. So he even has time for these kind of excursions. But okay, rook b8, king c5, and then rook a8, king b5, and then knight c2. But then knight c6. And it's still defendable. So maybe some rook b8, king c5, knight c2 with the idea of b3, and creating a passer, creating like a principle of two weaknesses, because Black has to defend pawn on f6, pawn on d4, and he also has to do something with the passed pawn on a file. So these are the things to watch out in this position. Okay, this is pretty interesting, and I really think this is like really important. Okay. Somebody said king to e4 and knight to d3. I like it. I like it. I like it. But okay, if you just block that pawn, of course, an ideal blocking piece is the knight. It also could be okay. Yeah, why not? But you definitely have to get rid of that pawn on a4 and to create a passer. Creating a passer is going to give you a strength. A strength in this position is going to be passed pawn. When you create a passed pawn, you're just definitely going to generate his pieces in defending and fighting against passed pawn, and then you can do something against the d4 pawn or pawn on f6. So even though, for example, engines find this easily winning for white, I don't think it's so easily winning. I mean, okay, he still has to show some tough efforts to finish him off. What else do we have in those games? We're gonna keep on following this game. Gelfand is winning. He's now up an exchange. Koba had to move that knight. Knight on d5 looks nice, looks powerful, but take a look at this. Take a look at this one. Take a look at the rook on a2. All the time I've been talking about that one as a very, very big problem in his position. So queen c8. I don't get a point of this move, I mean. I don't see anything that's special apart from defending the pawn on e6 in some circumstances if rook g6 happened. He doesn't even have time for a king a7 because white would always double up these rooks in the g file and go after the b7 pawn. So this is, for such an experienced player like Gelfand, this should be like a piece of cake. Okay. What else do we have there? That's Gelfand's game. We have Kukmazov against Varmerdam. He keeps on grinding his opponent down, and looks like Varmerdam wanted some activity to even get some winning chances if it's possible with his bishops, but now this pawn on c3 becomes more dangerous than ever. He just played bishop f4. What if, he threatens, I wanted to say, what if queen c6 and then white would win after queen f7 and checkmate. So queen b7, yes, exactly. Threatening that bishop on b3, pawn on e4. Bishop d5 looks like almost forcing line. And after bishop d5, that's the trick. So bishop d5 doesn't work because of queen b2. So bishop d5 was probably something he was counting on, but in that case, queen b2 and the king would be mated. Nice counter. Because if this check, this one check, and after king h4, I was about to say some g5, but what am I missing there? g5, bishop g5, h takes, queen g5, and then bishop, I don't know, I mean, bishop g7, queen d8, king h7, and no more checks like this, and should be winning for black. But wait a sec, I just went a little bit too far away, so maybe there is a way better and easier way of mating this guy here. But in general, he just relies on this queen b2 check and good counter chances. So, I don't know, knowing this, let's just see how is he going to answer on queen b7. He can't sit and wait because bishop on b3 is hanging, and that's practically only good piece in white's game. He has to calculate bishop d5, queen b2, king f3, queen f2, king g4. That should be winning because there are no other checks in the game. Varmerdam is on move. In the meantime, let's go to the game of Ponomariov Cadrich. Now it's a rook endgame. Now it looks completely winning because king is cut off. Pawn on f6 is weak. But how did this happen? How did it happen? So he played rook f7 in this position. He didn't play anything like check. So after knight c6, rook b7. Somebody spoke about this. King a5, captured on c6, captured on d4, and played king d5. After Cadrich played rook e2 to cut off the king, I guess shouldn't be a big problem to find like bridge here, some king e7, rook e7, because all he has to do is to win the pawn on f6 somehow. But okay, rook f7 wins here, right? Rook f7, rook e5, and just move the king, for example, to d4. No. Rook f7, rook b2, rook f6, not that one. To show a little bit more of a patience. Rook b4, rook b4 to defend that pawn and to cover himself with a rook e4, and when he takes king e4. But wait a sec, it's still not that easy. Does he want to maybe play b3, getting rid of that possibly dangerous pawns in some of these positions? And then he can give up some of these pawns and focus on getting the pawn on f6. One thing is just to analyze these positions, but you have to calculate them properly. Otherwise, it's difficult. It's difficult. So it depends on very pure and, you know, like analytic analysis here. Why this? King c6. Does he want to mate him with a rook a8 and rook b8 and rook a8? Look at this one. So if the rook goes back to, for example, here, but then rook c1 check. I'm just checking how is he going to play, for example, rook e2. There are moves such as rook b8, in which case rook c1 does the same thing. King d6, rook e2. In the case of rook b5, so rook e2, rook b5, king a6. Why would I put the rook on b5? Because I don't need any kind of like bridge roll. I mean, covering the rook by checks and penetrating with a king to f6. I really don't see, objectively speaking, I don't see a clear plan. What is Ponomariov going to, actually, what is he intending to do here? For sure, we all know that it should be winning somehow, but does he want to play some b3 at some point, because he is removing that pawn from a4, getting rid of that, getting rid of the weakness on b2, and somehow finding a way to penetrate. So this is critical moment, because he played that king c6, and now probably we just need to see what's his plan. So it's not easy, just like you see. You're obviously a lot better. Not a lot better. You're obviously winning, but you still have a long way to go and to find a very clear path to win something like this. So if you have any suggestions, let me know about this endgame. But because rook b8, threatening rook a8 checkmate, should be opposed with rook c2 check. And when you play king d7, rook e2. I found it. He's going to play rook b8. And after rook c2, king d7. And after rook e2, rook e8. And now you can't play rook takes b2 because of rook e8 check, and then another check on b8 and wins the rook on b2. So that's the way to win. So now rook b8. now should be rook b8. He came up with that rook b5, king a6 to add some time on his clock. He should be playing rook b8, threatening checkmate rook a8, rook c2, king d7. King wants to go on e6 or e7 in general on e file, rook e2 and rook e8. And you're just trying to cover your e file and to remove the rook from e2. So when rook takes b2, you just go with rook e8 check. Yeah, exactly. So it wasn't an easy one. It wasn't an easy one at all, but okay. So I also had to, like stop for a moment to talk and just to focus myself to find this, and I believe that's the way to win this endgame. So Ponomariov found it. He played rook b8. Only move is rook c2 because rook a8 is threatened with a checkmate. And after rook c2, king d7. And when he wants to go on the, so I'm talking about this one, check. This one wants to come on the e file. He goes here. Then you go with this one to saying like, okay, let's play the pawn endgame, I'm winning. You take, and then if you take, I first give you check, and when the king goes here, I'm winning your rook. So that's the line I was talking about. In the game was rook e2, and let's see, will Ponomariov play, but why king d5? Why king d5? Wait a sec. Rook c2, king d5. Ponomariov played king d5, and now rook e2. Okay, we all know that he can't take now the pawn on b2, so he still can go, but I believe king d7 was better from practical point of view because black cannot stop it. Okay, so rook f8 is winning because you can't take on b2. He can always check you and win your rook. So that's a nice thing about forcing the king on a5. And rook f8 gives you a precious tempo for winning this endgame. But I believe that my way of playing instead of king d5 with the king d7 was just easier. Okay, let's check what's happening in other games, and we'll get back to this one. So it's the only game that is ongoing on top 20 boards. Gelfand is completely winning now. Yeah, this is exactly what happened in that game. I told you at some point that the two rooks should be given for the queen and the pawn. This is that winning now. So Gelfand is winning. Fernandez against Tersahayan, nothing changed, but it looks like pieces are not moving anymore on this board, so we can get like what's happening there. Then we have Emre Can is now winning against Gorostetsky. That's very interesting. He somehow managed, oh my goodness, take a look at this one. He managed to fix the weakness on a6. Now he's gonna remove the knight. Probably g4 here, first to defend on f5. And then to go with some, he threatens bishop f8, he threatens bishop b6, he threatens afterwards an a6. This is now winning. Emre Can is going to win this. Okay, it's always difficult to fight against the bishop pair. What else do we have on the top 90 boards? Grigorians is drawn. Atakishiev, and this one, so we're just going with this position. So Pogorelski against Edis Gurel. Let's see a game of young Turkish stars. So this should be winning for black, and I don't have any doubts that he's going to be able to win this. So in practical chess, it's so difficult to defend this with the black pieces, so with the white pieces, sorry. So let's get back to the game of Ponomariov and Cadrich. He played b3 after everything. He played b3 after everything. So king d5, rook e2, b4, took on b3, and now he's playing this type of an endgame, defending both of these possible weaknesses. And then he, you know, what is he going to do and what should he do in this position, since he didn't go for that king d7 rook e8. He should be going rook b4, rook e4, king e6, and to take on f6 and to promote the f pawn. That should be winning, because rook e5, king d6 here. Even king d4 is okay. No, king d6 is better. But on king d6, rook e4, and then rook b4, and after rook g3, I don't know. I mean, I believe that he had a way easier way of playing this than doing it this way. So we will be following this game, and we'll see what's gonna king d4, okay. And what if rook, for example, e2 or rook e1? In that case, rook e3, right? And what if he goes rook g? Yeah, that's how he penetrates. So if the rook goes here, cutting off the king, then rook to e3, and then king just goes here and here. King d5, king e6. But what if check? So let's see, he played king d4. We will be following this game and Gelfand, a game of Gelfand. Gelfand is winning against Korobov. It's one step of throwing the towel into the ring here by black, so I believe that this guy should resign the game, because he can't stop queen d7, queen d8 and winning the knight, and white is just winning. So black is about to resign here. He can't move the knight because of queen d7, queen f7 mate. If he takes on f3, king goes, approaches the rook somewhere, and white is going to be threatening to take the rook and to go queen d7, queen d8, and Gelfand won. Congratulations. He was playing so hard there, and such a difficult game, and he managed to eventually outplay his opponent. So on top 30 boards, we have only one game ongoing. We will be finishing and checking this game till the end. Cadrich played h5, and it's Ponomariov's turn after h5. Cadrich is fighting hard this game, and he's just getting some very nice practical chances. On your question, why h5? What happens if this? He's going to be playing g4, and then he's going to be taking on f5 and here. So that's a nice tactic to save the game. So it's h5 in the game. It's Ponomariov's turn. Do you know what I'm wondering here? From practical point of view, this h5 is interesting because pawn on h6 wasn't doing anything. G takes, rook f5. Yeah, G takes. Okay, I was about to calculate that one. Rook f5 was, sorry, G takes. If rook f5 or g4, what is he supposed to do there? Rook takes f5. He played rook takes f5, and Ponomariov goes behind the pawn. That's a very clever thing. He doesn't want to go, yeah, he's now opposing g4 threat by black with the rook placing behind the pawn. You all know that one of the basic rules is put a rook behind your pawn and just support it. That's the strongest position for your rook against in the rook endgames. This is a nice one. So rook goes on h2 and supports pawn on h5 and just want to push it there. Cadrich was fighting so hard this endgame, and eventually he won't be able to save it because looks like he doesn't even have a good way to reactivate his rook. Okay, pawn on a3 is weak. King on a5 is stranded on the edge of the board, and he can't join into the game so easily. So this is the thing. So after like rook b2 and rook h2, if he goes with rook e5, h6, rook e8, yeah, Cadrich just resigned his game and Ponomariov won. So after today's round, we've completed like all the games on top 40 boards, actually 50 boards and so. And I just have to tell you that there are like biggest winners are Anton Korobov, who won with the black pieces, Ponomariov, who defeated Cadrich after Cadrich was defending that position for quite a while, and Safarli beating Kacharava with black. That basically means that Korobov is most likely gonna play Korobov, Ponomariov, and Safarli. So we have 2 Ukrainian guys and 1 Azeri guy tying the first place. Hope that you enjoyed in today's broadcast. We're done with all these games, all 60 games. Actually, the top 60 games are all done. And just once again, before the round tomorrow, see you at 3 p.m. CET, Central European Time, actually 15 minutes after that because of the delay. And just to know one more thing, Anton Korobov from Ukraine, Ponomariov from Ukraine, and Safarli from Azerbaijan, those 3 guys are tying first place after 4 rounds with all the wins. Looking forward to commentating for you tomorrow. All the best and hope you enjoyed this. Bye-bye.